Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Female manager is
So you're
more
saying
out there.
just because she's not interested in blasting any of the dudes?
Yeah.
Well, she can't be interested in blasting the dudes can't be interested in blasting her.
Right. I mean, that takes the complete coaching dynamic out of it.
So if this is an attractive coach, we're gonna have to put a bag over her head. Like she's gonna have to wrestle she's gonna have to coach like a luchador.
Be like Rey Mysterio.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Thursday, June 5, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Brian the Babyface Matroni. Gotta make sure he's up and going.
Hello.
I've already had to, I think you'll agree, maybe Seth heard it too. I've already had a confrontation with him and tried to tell him to back it down a notch.
Yeah, you projected all your anger at everybody else in your life on me, so it's okay.
Oh, Jesus, God, everybody's a bunch of pussies around here.
Oh, they are. Trust me.
Oh man, this is coming out hot, Bubba.
No, nothing.
Sizzling.
Who's the pussy, Brian?
Nothing can compare to what Lummy went through, and we're gonna start the show by walking through. I don't know how long it's gonna take. If it's gonna take 5 minutes, if it's gonna take 25 minutes, if it's gonna take 15. But poor Lummy. So he walks in today. Usually Lummy is Macho Man's usually first.
Yeah,
Macho Man's usually first, and then Lummy's right after. A lot of times you guys will get here about the same time.
Yeah, about that.
And you were a little bit early.
Beach Metal Detectives, $10.
Thank you so much. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, BubbaArmyTips.com as well. So you get in a little bit early due to the fact that you've been dealing with an absolute Cat 5 hurricane at your Airbnb property.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna unfold this. I don't want anybody to get ahead of him. So Lummy gets here a little bit early, and he's kind of leaning against where Seth, that little ledge right there, Seth. It's kind of like, Seth, you ever notice that's kind of like the welcoming ledge. People come in, they'll lean against that ledge and say hi to you or small talk you, or if you're not there, they'll talk to me. That's kind of like the...
Yeah, it sucks. I'm going to put up one of those movie theater little things so they're going to have to talk to the window.
No loitering?
Yeah, there's a lot of... Gene's the only real person that should be hanging out there because I'm afraid of him.
And here's the deal. The only reason you, deep down, you don't want him there, you just don't have the balls to tell him to get to leave.
Well, he brings donuts, too.
Yeah, well, true. And he just slabs up his donuts. Like, he just throws them up there like they're a bag of grain. So anyway, Lummy's leaning on that area, and he's like, oh, my God. I had the worst night last night. I've only slept 2 hours. I have been dealing with just, you wouldn't believe, oh, my God, just, oh, my God. And I'm like, Like I'm thinking, Walker choked on a Tootsie Roll or
What doesn't help? He has an ear infection too, and Ashley's not sleeping too well. So
a kid having an ear infection, doesn't that just don't they just cry and scream and just go crazy?
Today's kids do.
Yeah.
Bunch of pansies.
Bunch of pussies.
Now, my kid
Back in the
up,
day,
yeah.
our dad gave us a sip of whiskey and told us to deal with it.
I literally had my brains leaking out of my head. My dad said, "Get back to work."
Yeah, I mean, but I think an ear infection can just be done through like drops or medication, right?
He's taking medication, which is
I don't know, Brian, that there's an actual procedure that you can do.
Look, Bubba, you're a good doctor. You're a good street level doctor, but I don't know if you're a what's it called? Pediatric doctor.
If I'm an ENT.
Yeah, I don't know if you're a pediatric.
No,
yet.
What I'm saying is like I don't. We don't have our doctor here, but like for those that have. I'm very far removed from a child having an ear infection, so I can't quite remember what they do.
They're different these days because the ear infections are woke, and they never used to be woke.
I take the 409 and I sprayed it right into my kids' ears. It cleans them out.
Getting back to Seth and they're woke on the ear infection. What do they do now for an ear infection?
Oh, well, I mean, the kid probably stays home from school for a week, just to nurse that little bitch back to health when he should be in school the next minute.
They usually give him some antibiotic, and then if it's a recurring problem, you get tubes in your ears.
Now, and what does tubes in your ears do?
So it keeps the canals open so that everything can properly drain and everything. Yeah, some kids just biologically have smaller canals.
Or blocked canals.
Yeah, so if you have a kid that's always getting ear infections, they get a little sinus and it immediately goes, especially this time of year when it's there's a lot of allergens, allergy season's kicking up. Right.
So then at that point, the ear infection is from back pressure of fluid that's not traveling through the canals properly.
Yeah, that's the pressure part of it, and then it can get that fluid can sit there and get infected as well.
Okay. So Walker has an ear infection, Lummy?
Yeah, but he's been going to. We sent him to school yesterday, so
yeah, he's tough enough.
Yeah, he doesn't need to stay home.
I mean, just what, Lummy? I'm living vicariously through you. I want to make that kid so tough. Like, when can we get him in the weight room and start hitting the heavy bag? And like, I want to I messed up with my son, obviously, so I want to see if I can make Walker extra tough.
It's getting there.
Like, would Ashley be mad if we made him extra tough?
No, not at all.
Throwing rocks and pushing kids down and stuff like that.
No, I mean, don't be just a dick bully. Don't go up to someone a baby face and just punch him in the nuts.
But roll around there with some swag.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Sammy's got swag for a girl. She's got big swag for a girl.
Thank you.
I mean, would you not agree? Like, she's very forward. She's not afraid to speak up. She's not shy. She'll cut a joke. She, Sammy's got,
Yeah, she's confident.
So what would,
there you go, confident.
What would the classes be like at Bubba's Alpha School for Young Boys?
Well, we'd open up in the morning.
Young Boys University.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We'd open up in the morning with some calisthenics, and then we'd hit the pool early in the morning because that wakes you up. Hit the pool and when swimming, not that I am Mr. Johnny Fitness, but swimming is, when I was in my best shape ever, I was doing 50 to 80 laps in my pool at Tierra Verde, which was a bigger pool, not a lap pool, but you could use it as a lap pool because it was bigger. But my God, swimming is so good for you. Even if you lift weights and stuff, swimming will irritate and build up muscles that you just can't in the weight room. So Bubba's Young Boy University.
here, $50.
Oh my God, thank you. We need it. We're running it. We're on a whole nother month. I think May was kind of slow.
Yeah,
I haven't closed out May yet. Probably early morning calisthenics into swimming, and then right to the mats. Mat time. MMA style. Stuff.
Okay.
And then, all your homework, just do at home.
Get them wet and then wrestle.
This seems like a 2-hour day, Bubba. Are we doing like a full?
Oh, no, it's a full deal.
It's a full deal. Okay.
Yeah. First of all, Brian, I think we're going to actually don't feed your kid at home. We'll feed them because we're going to have nutritionists there. They're going to make sure the kid's eating right.
Who's the nutritionist? Erica?
No, listen, this is like the IMG Academy for young kids, okay?
Young Boy University.
Yeah.
Big Red will be the chef.
Yeah, we're going to serve them proteins and, oats and grains and stuff.
Proteins and oats and grains.
And stuff.
Go pick your own weed out, kids.
So let me tell you, so Lummy comes in and he is, I don't even know about the Walker ear infection. That is such a non-factor compared. Now, is Ashley up to speed? But by the way, Lummy, I got the brand new retro full trucker effect shirts.
Oh, nice.
I got them. Rainbow Rick made them for me. And they are going out as we speak. You can see some of the changes we made. The Bubba Army, the front of the semi's got Bubba Army, and then it says instead of BTLS, which I'm trying to get away from, it's got FTE on the top spoiler gimmick. So if you did order a Full Trucker Effect retro shirt, they'll be coming soon. Also, Lummy, the knives are. Do you have your knife with you?
I know it's in the truck.
Oh, well, you know what? From where you just came from, I could see where you would have that. Thank you. We get the new retractable out of the top knives coming. I also ordered some more backpacks because we're getting low on that. Straw hats for the summertime. So Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store. We'll be having some new stuff here soon, including knives. And the Fat Man Dunk 3s are on their way as well. So Lummy walks in today, and it's like the most disheveled, sad, beaten down, exhausted, frustrated Lummy I've seen in a long time. And I'm like, Lummy, what's wrong? And he goes, I've been at my rental house, his Airbnb, Lummy's Airbnb rental house. Now, Lummy, when you have situations that happened last night and that what you're now going to have to probably shut the house down for 3 weeks to fix what we're going to talk about.
Yep.
Does it make you just want to flip it and sell it when the market gets a little better and just get out of the Airbnb business? Because I know a guy that owns 8 Airbnbs, and he even has a managing property, like a property management kind of deal. But there's never not a week that he's got some kind of effery going on at his Airbnb. I guess you can list with what? Airbnb, Verbo,
Booking.
He refuses to go to Booking.
Yeah,
you're gonna get trashier people there.
Yeah. So this guy here, Brian, he actually is a neighbor of Tom's up in the Wood Cabin area in LJ, and he has like 8 cabins that he rents out, and that tends to be they tend to be a little bit more of an affluent person because those things are a little more expensive than just your place. And are you now with what you went through last night thinking about? You probably haven't had even time to think about this,
Not really.
But I'm asking you this. Would this make you want to fix what they damaged and
Can we hear it?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Man, that's a hard tease on this.
And put it for sale.
Maybe possibly just do more of like a long-term rental.
So Lummy, take it over from what I've seen pictures of. Bad guys that were hiding in the attic that fell through the ceiling. Lummy, you know what? You might want to send me.
I got it.
I am me some pictures so that the fans can see, and that Seth and Brian can see as well. So Lummy, pick it up. You get calls.
Yeah, I got a call for like 11:45 from the Tampa PD. Says we need you to take a look at your Blink camera. I said okay. They said, can I
ask you a question?
Yeah.
How were they alerted that there was an issue? How did what did the neighbors call?
No, so I found out. So there was a robbery in the neighborhood, and so I later found out now that. So I guess one of the guys that knows the girl that was staying there met a guy to buy a watch. and
All right,
he
so
robbed the guy for the watch.
All right, so hold on. So the girl, first of all, let's break it down. There was only supposed to be an old guy
and an older woman.
And an older woman staying there.
Yeah.
That's what was supposed to be happening.
Correct.
And there end up being like, what, 4 or 5 younger.
I think at the end of the day, when I watched them all come out with the police, there was about 10.
How many were handcuffed?
4.
Let me just give you some early pictures. This is the kitchen, and they've been there one night, and they actually signed up for 5 nights.
Yes.
And this is night 1, and half of them are already in jail. So that is, boy, Lummy, and what a nice. I've never seen inside, but you got it finished nicely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very modern. It's very nice.
Yeah, it's opened up a little bit.
Right. All right. So the cops call you and say there's been a robbery at your Airbnb, and you need to come down here. Right?
Yeah.
So,
no, they didn't say they need to come there. They said, can you look at and see if there was 2 gentlemen that came through your door at these times. So I looked at my Airbnb while I was on the phone. I said, yeah, I see 2 gentlemen, running through. She said, does one look like they're running in? And I said, yeah. And she said, can you text them to me? I texted to her. She goes, okay, would you like them escorted out or anything like that? And I said, well, what are you doing to them? She's like, oh, we're just under investigation right now. So
more pictures of the kitchen, where they looks like I'm sure that you have a trash container readily available, but it looks like they're using your floor.
Well, I think the cops did that one.
Oh, the cops were going through
looking for the stolen property.
All right.
So then I get to about 20 minutes.
I got the best pictures for last, Babyface. Yeah. Please know that.
So 20 minutes later, because I'm scrolling through, now I'm getting a hold of the rental place to say, hey, I'm going to be canceling because I see there's more than 2 people, and especially 2 older people. So I'm getting on the phone with them to cancel their reservation.
Yeah, like my buddy Brad, it's Tom Bean's partner. He's like, one of the biggest issues he has is that people way underbook who's really going to be there, because there's like a charge per person after however many. And he's like, he's had instances where there were supposed to be 4 people and there ends up being like 12.
Yes.
Like that's one of the biggest, if you're in the Airbnb Verbo type deal, that's one of the biggest violations, because I think it's built within the app, X amount of dollars per person after a certain amount of people, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's one of the most ongoing, violations within this world. And so there were supposed to be 2, and there ends up being how many? 6 after you count the person in the attic?
It's 10.
10.
Well, technically 11 for the last person.
So Lummy gets a call from the PD about his Airbnb for a B&E.
Yeah, for a B&E. So
then they call me back and say, hey, they're not answering the door. Can you please come down here?
Now, do they have, Brian, if they don't, the cops just can't smash your door in. They can sit there and knock on it and ring it, but if you're not answering the door, I think there's certain thresholds of crimes that have to be committed before they can knock your door down, right?
Yeah, they can't just come over there for a noise complaint and bust down the door.
Or even over first for robbery.
Or even like a simple, a guy stole my watch. I don't know if they can bust your door down for that.
Unless they think there's an emergency situation going on currently behind that door. Like if they can hear screams,
right?
They will have reason, probable cause to go in.
Would it change their mentality of going in had it been an armed robbery and the guy may have a gun? Or
yeah. I mean, all of that. I mean, that's where we see a lot of these times. We'll see these, police where they get the wrong house and stuff, and people end up shot. They're breaking in sometimes to execute a warrant. Sometimes they're going because they've got a call and they're hearing stuff in there that may sound like a disturbance.
So, Lummy, you get the cops.
So
they don't have necessarily enough standing to break the door down. The bad guys, the 11 bad guys inside your house are not answering the door.
Correct.
And the landlord, I'm sorry, the TPD would like you as the landlord
to evict them and trespass them.
to open the door so
Correct.
they can sort this out.
Yeah.
To trespass him, to kind of get a bearing as to what's happening because they're hearing all types of stuff.
Yes.
Right. So you get there, and how many squad cars are there?
7.
Now is this at what time? Midnight?
I got there about midnight, yeah.
So midnight, and there's how many?
7 cop cars.
There's 7 cop cars.
Yes.
Lights are going?
No lights going, but they're all standing out in the front yard.
Right. Big dudes, little dudes,
big dudes.
chicks?
One chick and 6 other big dudes.
All right. So they say, do you say, hey, I'm Warren, I'm the...
Yeah, I'm the owner. And
I'm
they
the
said,
owner.
do you want to evict them? I said, yes,
Now, do they have to, at this point, Brian, be careful entering because, you're entering into potentially a hostile situation. There's been supposedly a robbery. There's a whole lot of people in there, you can tell. And so, when you open the door, I'm sure you weren't the first one that they probably kind of swatted. Did they kind of SWAT in?
Well, so a girl actually answered when I knocked on the door. And I said, hey, you need to leave. And she was like, okay. And I totally forgot there was an infant, too, in the house.
Oh, so
even worse.
11 kids and a baby.
Yes.
That sounds like an Airbnb situation waiting to happen. All right.
So then they just tell me,
hey, now hold on. When you said to her, you have to leave, did she leave?
She just said, okay, and then open. Then the lady, there was like 3 cops right behind me. And they said, we need to come in and look at the property. And the lady said, okay. Well,
did you feel like a cop or did you feel like a beaten down owner?
Landlord.
I felt like a beaten down landlord.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Because you're looking at all of this stuff that they have completely trashed your home.
Well, yes, but the big thing hadn't happened yet.
All right. The big high spot that I got ready to go.
Yeah.
So they're looking around. Now, what are you doing at this point?
So I'm talking to a detective because they already have one suspect, I guess, that was out running around. They already have one in the patrol car.
One in custody.
Yeah. So
right.
the detective's kind of like talking crap to him.
Are they there on somebody in this house stole my watch?
Yeah. There
call?
was two guys saw the one guy run into the house.
All right. Stole this guy's watch. Right. They're outside, on the sidewalk, whatever. This guy steals this one dude's watch, and this guy, the thief, makes his way into your rental home.
Correct.
All right. So that's where it starts.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for.
Yes.
They're probably looking for this guy's watch.
Yes. Because I guess it was like $2,400 or $2,500.
Okay. So they start probably rummaging through places. Now, are they talking to, at that point, there end up being 11, but like how many are actually gathered around as they gather them all up in the living room or the kitchen? How many people are there?
So I hear him saying at the time there was only 4 females. There was no males. So
yeah, they're all at the back jumping the fence.
Well, that's it. So they keep asking them, are there any males in here? And you hear the female saying, no. Then I hear
you keep hearing the back door opening and shutting.
Well, then the detective goes, oh, there's one in the attic. So I said, they're like, do you have attic spaces? I said, yeah, there's 2 attic spaces.
How many left out back and jumped over the fence?
3.
Brian, I'm not a cop, nor are you. But one would think that if you're rolling into this particular situation, that you would, and you have 7 people at your disposal, that don't you think you'd put Bubba and Brian in the back just to secure the back door so this very same thing can't happen?
Yeah. If you're smart about it,
one would think, Bubba, Brian, go in the back because as we make entry into the front, they're probably going to be scattering, and you guys can grab them.
Did they say they were just there filming stuff for their content house?
I wish that was the case.
All right, they tell you that we think there's a guy in the attic.
Correct.
Okay, so here is, so not only was there a guy in the attic, but there was a guy in the attic that fell through Lummy's ceiling.
Yes.
So they don't even have to go up to the attic to get the guy. A lot of times as a cop, I know a lot of police. I watch a lot of police stuff, and I know a lot of police stuff, and I think you guys would agree, Brian, that cops don't like going into attics because it's so risky. You know, a guy could be literally in the corner with some toys piled onto him and a gun, and like it's a very claustrophobic, unsafe space to go in and try to get a guy out.
Yeah, I love luring people into attics.
So this guy, they probably really liked the fact that the guy was too fat and he fell through the deal.
Yeah.
So so the bad guy falls through Lummy's ceiling.
Yeah.
Here's
in a perfect square like that?
Well, the drywall came straight down.
Oh,
Yeah,
the whole sheet.
Yeah,
Dude, this guy did you a favor. Now you can have a beautiful skylight.
Well, there's a lot of insulation because the city of
So
Tampa.
hold on now. So this falling through this. Now Lummy spent I think Lummy, if I remember right, when you were redoing this house, you were the guy that went and rented them because you can do blown-in insulation, a company, but it's like 3 times the amount. And if you're fairly handy, like Red or Creatine or Buck or you or all the Iggy, all the great handymen that we know, you can just go and rent the blower machine and the material and blow it in yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you did.
Exactly.
So Lummy really, really insulated the hell out of his ceiling. As his addict, if you will.
Yeah, well, the city of Tampa made me too. They made sure that it was up to code.
Oh, I think
it's 16 inches.
Oh, they got permitting on that.
Yeah, you have to get the insulation all
that's my
approved.
addition. Yeah.
Yeah. So that hole falling through the ceiling there.
Yes.
Well, at least he had a couch to land on. Caused this amount of,
What? It looks like sawdust.
it's blown in insulation. It's made out of like
recycled products.
It's made out of like recycled.
It looks like actual material from your track.
Yeah, it does, but it's real fluffy. Let me tell you, it's real fluffy.
Yeah, it is.
And it's kind of like you know what it kind of feels like, Brian? Lint. It kind of feels like heavy
Well,
lint.
I've got like the thick like pink stuff in mine.
That's called batted. That's called insulation. That's batted insulation, meaning they roll it out in rolls, right?
Yeah.
And they can stack it on top of each other based on how thick you got to be. Or you can do the open cell expandable foam, which is real expensive. Or you can do the blown in this type of material, and I can't really let me find a word that describes what this material. I know what it feels like. I've seen it many times.
It's like a grainy powder?
No. It's like
You said lint.
But it's kind of like
the dryer lint too.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
Is that what you ended up
it.
using? Just a bunch of old dryer lint?
That's what I did. I was buying it from the
save some money.
The laundromats.
Run a laundromat. And
let me
insulation?
now. Was the bad guy in the attic the guy that stole the watch?
Well, they haven't found the watch yet because then the crime scene came out because that guy said that the watch might be up in the attic somewhere.
How much was this watch worth, man?
$2,500.
Yeah, $2,500.
Is it a ball watch from
I don't
Northeast
know.
Jewelers?
I don't know. The guy they stole it from was driving a pretty nice Mercedes. But so they brought the metal detector out.
But hold on. What would a guy driving a real nice Mercedes in your neighborhood be looking for enough to stop and have a guy take the watch off of him?
They met online.
Drizugs. Prizos to Tizu.
Right.
Well, they bought online. No, these guys were nerdy.
Nerds can get hookers.
So hold on, you're saying that
You underestimated them, Lummy.
So you're saying, Lummy, that this guy that was selling his watch had his watch up for sale online.
Yeah, that's what the cop told me.
And the bad guy told him to meet me down at you're at your place.
Yes,
that's where I live.
Yep,
and that's where he robbed the guy. Now, did he rob him at gunpoint?
No, I guess what they did was they walked out with them and then grabbed the watch and ran in.
All right, so we've seen the pictures. We've seen the blown attic. Where did it finally end up at?
So then the cops came in. They couldn't find the watch. They found one gun in there.
Now, what was the first? There was initially, you said, one guy that went right to the back of the squad car.
Correct.
What did he do?
He was he had a warrant out for his arrest.
All right, so he's in the squad.
Yes.
And now they're trying to decipher who's done what, or whatever. First of all, they probably trespassed them all.
They did,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
So then they're clearing out. They're trying to find the watch. They got four guys. I guess a good amount of them had warrants. One they fingerprinted the one guy that stole the watch, or they said stole the watch, but they can't find the watch. So they clear it after 2 hours. They tell me I can go back in. I walk in with a cop.
Now hold on. So while they're doing their investigation, you're sitting in your truck?
I was talking to one of the police officers.
And we're clear up to 2 a.m.?
2 a.m.
Did you ask if they listened to the show?
Yeah.
Did you give them a QR sticker?
They asked what I did, and I told them I work for Bubba the Love Sponge. And
you had a Bubba Army shirt on, I'm assuming.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And the one African-American cop was like, Bubba Army? I said, yeah. He said, oh, we work overnight. He's like, and then he asked how he listened, so I gave him a sticker. And
perfect.
Everything was good to go. And then, so they walked me in. And they said, hey, here's your damage. Here's this. Are you good? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I get the card. And so I start walking around, and I'm cleaning up.
Are all the
cops are gone.
All the cops are gone? Are all the bad guys gone?
Well, that's what I thought. So now I'm cleaning up, and I started hearing what sounds like
how many? So they left.
Yes.
How many did they leave with hooked?
4.
Four hooked.
Yes.
Mostly for warrants, and they really couldn't probably prove who took the watch because they can't find a watch.
Correct. Actually, and one of the guys they arrested, I guess, dressed up like a female, which was trying to hide.
Oh,
he put a wig on and everything.
Great.
Yeah. So
I don't know if transitioning works while you're robbing. I don't know. I haven't seen a report on that.
I have a lot of weaves in my my house now, and a lot of Target clothes too. That looks like they stole it.
Oh, so they initially went. You kind of forgot this part. They initially went to a Target.
Yes.
And stole a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I got 2 Target baskets in the house now too.
And came to your place.
Yes.
So not only did they steal somebody's watch on the street, but prior to that, they went to a Walmart, hit it, and then we're gonna, they have all their all their stuff at your house.
Yes.
So four are headed to jail.
Yes.
And you think everybody's gone.
Yes.
And you probably didn't have your gun with you, did you?
No, I walked in with a police officer. I didn't think I needed my gun.
Yeah, but once the cops leave.
Well, they just left, and I'm kind of looking at my house, kind of like this.
Like,
sucks.
oh my God.
Yeah.
Like just conservatively. And that's maybe with some Big Red help, or it's just all the great people, Bob Cook, everybody that might come together and help you. Like, what do you think you got? 2 weeks downtime with regards to having to, 1, pull it off the market, 2, cancel all reservations that you have,
yep,
and then 3, fix what they messed up. What's your estimation?
Well, now that I found out because there's more damage to the ceiling.
Wait, you haven't get to the part. You're in there cleaning up, and you hear noises again from the attic after the police left.
And so I hear noises, and it sounds like someone's in the attic, and I was like, hello? And then
so it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Hold on, what is this, an Adele record? Hello?
Hello? And then
Seth, how does that go? You and Brian are my karaoke guys. Hello?
It's me.
It's me.
I'm in California dreaming.
No, didn't Adele have a song?
Yeah. It makes there's this distance between us.
You're in the attic and I'm in the kitchen.
Hello from the kitchen side.
So I'm in the back.
I know you're in my attic and you're trying to hide.
Yeah, I'm right by the hole. And I
so
say,
hold on,
hello?
are you up there? Are you looking at the hole, talking to the hole?
He's like, I sure hope it's a raccoon up there with me.
You hear something, you say hello, and they go hello back.
Well, first then I go, and I hear like what it sounds like footsteps up there, and I hear like
I would
creaking.
I would be freaked out. I
So
would have my.
I started getting freaked out.
I would have my gun out.
So then I started going toward the front of the house. And I say hello, because then it seems like now there's someone walking in the front of the house.
Hello?
And I hear someone go, hello? And I'm like, oh my God, there's someone in the attic. So I go, who's there? And next thing I know, I turn around and the black guy jumps down through the back hole, looks at me. I'm now going to my front door to go to my truck. He's got a firearm, and he's heading out the back door.
Hold on, he's got a gun.
He's got that would look like a gun. It could have been a phone. I don't know, because I saw that. I almost crap myself. I opened the door to go to my truck because I got to get out of the house now. Someone's there. I'm going to my truck. I hear the back door open. Yeah, to get my gun that's in there and to get out of the house. I hear the back door open. And then I jump in my truck, grab my gun. I start calling the detective or the officer that just left. And I because my window is down, I hear the fence, the back fence, them jump over the fence, which they broke the fence. And I call the cops, and then she's like, "Oh my God, there's someone still there in the attic."
But by the time they got there, those guys were they were 10
gone,
fences
and then
away.
They brought the helicopter out.
They did?
Yeah. And then
man, you were part of a helicopter caper?
Yeah. And then the lady comes in. She's like, "Where were they hiding?" I'm like, "I don't know, somewhere in the attic." And they're like, "Well, we really searched up there." And I said, "Well, obviously not."
Lummy's like, "I really hope your name's Anne Frank."
So then I had an hour before I had to come here, and then I'm kind of up there with my gun, and I'm still thinking there's someone up there because now it just sounds like everything's making noise.
Oh my God, Lummy! So that's by the way
crazy.
So by the way, like I said, I didn't know how long this was going to take, but this is poor Lummy telling me this story this morning, and I'm like, oh my God, just save a lot of it because I want it to be spontaneous on the air. But my God, can you imagine if any of us had to go through that this morning?
Listen, you talk about the scariest I've ever been, Bubba, was me by the front door turning around and seeing a black guy come down through my ceiling
with a gun,
with what looked exactly like a gun, a black thing, no shirt on, covered in insulation. He just looked right at me. I looked at him for a second. I grabbed my door, and he just took off. So he didn't. I guess.
Well,
he
thank goodness.
Thank God.
He probably is the guy that has the watch.
Probably does. Or the watch is still in my attic.
They got away with it.
Or it's still
Man,
in my
I'm telling you
attic
what I would do, Lummy, because this is not. I mean, listen, everybody that I know in the Vrbo Airbnb booking industry has these type of situations. Whether it's once a month, once every 6 months, once a year. But that's enough for me. I know that you are, even with the soft housing market, the housing market's probably, Brian, are they saying the housing market's going to come back? Are they?
I mean, the only thing slowing it down right now really is interest rates.
Right.
But, I mean, otherwise the prices, have been
right. So
holding pretty steady.
So, Lummy, I know that you bought that place right.
Yeah.
And you put a ton of labor into it at your own expense, meaning you didn't really hire. You hired general contractors when you needed to. Otherwise, you did the work yourself.
Yes.
And I got to think that you're probably, maybe 200 to the good on it?
Yeah, if that, yeah.
I would be fixing that up and putting that on the market faster than your head would spin. I'm just telling you that right now, rather than dealing with that. I mean, it's still, I know it's in an up-and-coming area, but it's still borderline right there, on the hood tip.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is I always wanted to own a lot of property,
Well, I mean, once you start with Madeira Beach like your father did, and not downtown hood Tampa.
Yeah, that's the cops were kind of giving me that advice too somehow.
Yeah,
but then they were kind of jealous they didn't buy in there. But yeah, no, I
tell them, hey, it's their lucky day. They can buy it for $200,000 more than you paid for it.
Exactly.
You sitting there having real estate debates with law enforcement while your house is getting raided.
Yeah, right. While they're issuing trespassing warrants, you're working out, you're crunching the numbers per square foot. You know what I'm saying?
They were bitching about how low pay they are too, and they.
Let me ask you a question now. Where's Pitbull?
Yeah, where was Pitbull? I needed him on this one.
Mr. 305?
Yeah, no, he wasn't there.
Pitbull is his African-American, really tough, formerly from prison neighbor who is really tough and really scary and, shakes Warren down for at least a six-pack or a $10 bill every time Lummy goes there. And these are the times that, you needed Pitbull.
Yeah, he didn't even come out there with all the cops.
That's why he didn't come out there. He's smart, man.
They'd ID him, and he'd be back in Orion Road right now.
It's a little scary, though, that the cops didn't see the guy in the attic, though, after they left.
Well, I mean, they don't want to be there any more than you want to be there.
Who, the cops or the bad guy?
The cops,
Are you considering unloading, Lummy, or is it just too soon to think about?
Oh, he's got to consider. I mean,
And maybe getting it. I mean,
But
I know.
this is Lummy's dream.
I'm sure
he
Ashley
wanted to be a
will just love
land
this.
baron.
Lummy wanted to be a big time, landlord.
He's a Rockefeller.
Lummy, you
The
want to be
last
a
two guys-
Lummy? You want to
except
be
the
a
last two guests I've had. The one, and by the way, I had Daniel Rose. I also do background checks on these people, which that's how I knew they were old people. They were good. And the people right before this, through Verbo, was like a fake rapper that was trying to film some fake rap album. And he had like 13 people show up at the house.
okay. So the last
We're gonna have the unsigned
hold
band
on.
review. And we're gonna see Lummy's kitchen.
So the last three rentals you've had have not gone flawlessly, and that is
In the last week and a half.
Good. Hold on. Good people that come in. If they say there's three of them, there's three.
They normally
can
just
I mean,
steal some shampoo, some towels, and they go on their way.
Look at us, and we can make fun of the content house all we want, but we were good. We were good tenants.
I would have taken Seth's dirty boxers any day.
Oh, a dirty, freshly ejaculated set of boxers is nothing. I mean, you'll take those all day of the week.
Yes.
You just get some
In fact,
tongs.
send them in to Nassau Street.
You just get some tongs and put, get a trash barrel and put them in there. No big deal.
Okay.
Yes.
It's
the
not a big
tongs from
deal.
the kitchen, they just put them right back in the
You
drawer.
might want to wash them, put them in the dishwasher. But I mean, you guys all know we all walked through that place and stripped the beds and did what we were supposed to do. But Lummy,
and by we, you mean Gary Cantrell and whoever was there
Big
later.
Red.
well, no, my merch crick cleaned up our
Yes.
bathroom and everything like that. What I'm just trying to say is we are the kind of people that you want to have to your Airbnb and Verbo. And, you haven't had those people in the last 3 rentals.
No, I have not.
Would you take a guy like me, Lummy?
I would love to have you, Seth.
Well, if the only thing you had were stiff boxers in the corner, that's a walk in the park.
It is 100%.
That is got ceiling damage and insulation damage. I mean, Seth wouldn't even know how to get up to the ceiling, so you don't got anything to worry about that.
No, just, yeah.
And when's the last time you had a straight up, really good, by the book, took the trash out, cleaned up after themselves, left the place, presentable?
Memorial Day weekend was an older couple from New York that flew down and the only thing they didn't do on the checkout was put the towels in the washing machine.
Big deal, right?
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
whoop. I'll take that all day compared to a $3,500 ceiling repair.
Hey, Lummy, Ashley's in chat, and she said to sell.
Yeah.
She said sell, and we'll get something else.
Right.
Yeah, and Jesus pray hands.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You looking to buy in?
April was good.
He's looking to be an angel investor. He's looking to get in on that,
He just wants to watch the surveillance camera.
So May was more weekends. May was like full. And then obviously we're now starting June.
Well, you're obviously going to have to be canceling some reservations.
I did, yeah. Well, I'm trying to.
Lummy, he's harassing and placating you because he lives in a gated community where nothing like that would ever happen.
Exactly.
So he's like, ha ha ha.
I'm not harassing him.
You're doing
First of all,
something.
Lummy lives in a gated community, so ha ha ha.
Well, not the Airbnb.
Not the Airbnb.
That gate got knocked down a long time ago. Like the wall on Game of Thrones.
They got it a week before I clicked on the insurance fucking thing on one of the sites. Like if there's damage,
Yeah.
like you charge more. Like it's they put it in the price as like your insurance, and I didn't have that before because we weren't written, but I was like, fuck it, I'm putting it on there.
Good job.
The amount was there, $20. Babyface karaoke.
What song, Neil?
Turn merchant, $2. Thank you.
Do you have a
Hope you're
request?
doing better.
If not, I'm just going to sing what I want. You got time to get it in. What's your request, Neil? Yellow. Good morning, legitimate. Neil Montplaisir is good at donating money, not typing a song name. Come on, Neil.
Yeah, come on, Neil.
Okay.
What's up, Quicker Thinkers? Did you not put anything?
Nothing yet.
Shout out Panda, 19 months.
Sometimes I wonder if it'll ever end. You get so mad at me when I go out with my friends. Sometimes you're crazy and you wonder why. I'm such a baby 'cause the dolphins make me cry. That's for Ashley. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I only want to be with you. You look at me, we come from different worlds. You like to laugh at me when I look at other girls. I don't know what the next line is.
Some say I'm crazy.
Yeah, I thought, but anyway, but that was the last one. But yeah, tangled up in Rue. I only want to be with you. You look at me, you got nothing left to say. I'm gonna pout at you until I get my way. I won't dance, you won't sing. I wanna love you, but you wanna wear my ring. Well, there's nothing I can do. I've been looking for a girl like you.
Can you sing the dolphins make me cry?
I did.
Man, it'd be great to have that story.
No,
animated.
I didn't hear the lyrics.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought that was like toward the end. I thought you were still at the beginning.
Oh no, that was it. I'm sure you're a great vocalist, Buzzard Bob.
Hey, Brian, have you seen those apps
Very macho.
that you like sing into, or you do your voice and then it turns a song into you singing it?
No.
Oh yeah, it's all over TikTok. It's a chat, like a chat GPT. It's a AI deal, but it uses your voice. You pick any hit song, any song, and it makes you sing it.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
I've not played around with it, but
Seth, they're saying you're a better vocalist than me.
Who?
You.
Buzzard Bob said that.
Who's they?
Oh, Corey Rice.
Unlike Corey Hart. I wear my sunglasses at night so I can watch you eat and sleep your lonely night.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
several ways to help the show stay on the air. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, BubbaArmyTips.com. We'll get some merchandise at BubbaArmyShop.com. Or if you'd like to be the ultimate subscriber, I think there's 2 levels of subscription, and that gives you access to our entire library of what we've ever done, and we're adding new and, well, old stuff daily. We still got like a year left of Cox morning shows to put up, and we still got several years or at least several hundred tapes. How many tapes would you say are left in the Joe the Supermark box? 100?
Yeah, probably 80 to 100.
How many would you say you've gotten up? Or I'm saying Gino
about 100.
So Gino South / 7-Eleven has gotten about half of those up?
Yes.
That's Bubba. You can find all that stuff. It's very rare. BubbaArmyHQ.com. You were saying I needed to look at some Power Pig stuff?
Yes.
Because I need to what? Look at the take-up reel or...
Yeah, the take-up reel stuff.
You guys don't know how to thread a Studer?
No, Macho does. I think I think Macho's scared that it's so old that it might...
it could.
Yeah.
The tape could break.
So if you're okay with that... Because, Macho knows how to do it. He just doesn't want to ruin it.
I'm going to go back. You know what? Right after the show today, I'm going to go back and feed him. And if Macho has that Studer ready... I'm going to go back and feed a tape.
Okay.
And see what we got.
All right.
Now, Lummy, the reason... I don't know where the hell that's coming from. I've got some kind of... One of my windows is up. Let me see where I'm at. Okay, there we go. YouTube. YouTube, don't forget, we got to get the 1,000 thumbs up, which usually, Lummy, we don't even have to remind people, but it seems as though we've had to. And it's been getting down to the 11th hour. I don't know.
Yes.
I think Brian is probably one of the most well-liked co-hosts. He tends to bring the thumbs up and the money, so I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Yeah, people, come on, get with it.
Lummy, I'm just telling you. At first comes African Americans that are stealing watches, having people meet at your rental home for them to strong arm. If a watch is worth $2,500, Brian, isn't that grand theft? Is it?
I think
over 1,000.
so.
I think over 1,000 is grand theft.
I mean, strong arm robbery potentially.
Yeah, I mean you got several different charges, and some of which might be felonies that happened. Lummy, there were felonies committed at your Airbnb last night.
Yes, there was.
Felonies. Not good for marketing, buddy.
The real kick in the nuts came when Lummy was cited for not having enough fire extinguishers there on the way out.
Yeah, the fire chief came.
Real kick in the nuts is when the police called for the insulation inspector and said, "Man, he's down 2 inches. There's not 16 inches of blown-in insulation here." Lummy, what I'm saying is you got what you got last night.
Yes.
And then 2 rentals before that, you've had some questionable people. The last time you had a decent rental was Memorial Day weekend, a couple older people from New York. But it seems as though he maybe knew
where is that coming from?
I think, Jesus,
sounds like a great show, though.
I don't know where it's coming from. I got just all kinds of things going on here. Let me see. Okay, boom. Okay, there I'm clear. Let me. So you get what you get, what you've had so far, and then last night was, 4 people went to jail.
Yes.
3 or 4 people jumped the fence.
Yes.
And then when everybody was gone, another guy came out from the top of the attic with what you think was a handgun.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Hop the fence.
No wonder you're just frazzled.
Yeah, helicopters flying over.
Helicopters flying over. That's now. That's the world you're living in now. Here's what's next. You're gonna get these meth / fentanyl zombies.
Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with me? What the hell is wrong with me?
What's wrong?
What's wrong with me?
That's Lummy's next rental. Lummy's next rental. Isn't it when you're like on meth or something, you get you think bugs are on you?
I guess, yeah. I don't know. Isn't that the lady that was in the studio that we had?
Yeah.
And that took a pee back by the trailer?
Yeah. She smoked crack while she was here.
What the hell is wrong with me?
What's wrong?
What's wrong with me?
I don't know.
I don't know why I did that. I'm so stupid. I'm so sad.
Lummy, that's your next Airbnb, Lum.
Oh, yeah.
Chili Boy TV now.
Yeah, please have a single buy one, please, you guys.
This is
so
sad.
Stressed. I apologize. I can't believe I'm so.
Here's what's sad. We're making fun of her right now, which is it's easy to make fun of, but that's somebody's mom or sister or daughter. Now, I don't know what kind of condition they're in. They could be, maybe she learned that behavior from them.
I do have to say, I love her boots.
Well,
that's a cool look.
I will tell you, she got some nice boots, but she's also, I mean, if you throw a beat to that, you can maybe get that, she might have some decent rhythm, too.
I think she's doing the Thriller dance.
What's wrong?
What's wrong with me?
I don't know.
See, I really like somebody that's tweaking, that's not violent, and they're being like, hey, what's wrong? Like it's me, it's my fault. What's wrong with me? This is on me. I'm not blaming anybody else but myself.
I'm so stupid. I'm so sad.
You're on Chili Boy TV now.
Yeah, please have a single buy one, please, you guys. I'm so stressed. I apologize. I can't believe I'm so
See, I wouldn't be surprised if you would have walked in this way today, having what you had to go through.
Well, everybody says that's what Seth does when he has to leave the studio when he gets too stressed.
That's what Seth used to do when he worked for Bakemore Pies, and I'd see him walking around the corner. And then Seth automatically thought he disappeared if he just would put his hood on his hoodie on and look like Kenny from South Park, and then he would think he was invisible. And I go, "I see you, Cush." And he'd just briskly walk even more.
It's the ostrich attempt.
What the hell is wrong with me?
What's wrong?
What's wrong with me?
You're right. I mean,
I don't know.
Brian, you're right for being tweaked out and whatever. She's got some nice Doc Martens, does she not?
I mean, she's got a cool look going on if she
Oh.
wasn't on meth.
Well, I mean, no teeth.
Well, I mean, that's part of the
I don't know why
meth.
I did that. I'm so stupid.
All right.
I'm so
It's just sad.
I'm so sad.
Yo,
So anyway, let me.
Where'd you find that one?
That's what's coming to.
That's what's coming next.
Well, I mean, it starts off with, people having too many people, 11 instead of 4, and then it starts off with a grand theft, stealing of a $2,500 watch, trashing of the place, 2, 3, 4 people hiding out in the attic, with one of them falling through and ruining your. I probably did. Did that ruin that couch?
Probably.
It probably ruined the couch. Obviously, you're going to have to put a whole new, you're going to have to re-insulate. Well, I don't know. You might be able to suck that up, and you might be able to if you get a brand new shop vac that's not been used or clean it out real good. You could probably suck up all that insulation in a shop vac and then redistribute it.
Yeah, reblow it back in there.
Yeah, reblow it. But you're gonna,
but
you're at least got a 4x8 sheet full of and then you're gonna have Bob Cook gonna have to float that in and then texture your ceiling right.
Yes.
In order to do it right.
Yeah, and they were smoking some marijuana in the bedrooms. I think there's some cigarette burns and stuff. So
God,
good old trash.
This meteorologist, he wants to tell you he can't do his job anymore because of federal cuts.
Concerned the hurricane was heading here. And as you've grown accustomed to my presentations over my 34 years in South Florida newscasts, confidently, I went on TV and I told you it's going to turn. You don't need to worry. It is going to turn.
What's going to turn?
He's talking about the hurricane season and how his, the
inability to be.
Well, real quick, the data that he's had in years past has helped them to better forecast the movement of these storms to a much higher degree than they were in the past. And so now he's sounding the alarms about the current cuts to the NOAA and what that could mean to weather forecasters' ability to accurately predict.
Okay. So do you think that this might have been him maybe going a little rogue, or do you think that the television, the NBC affiliate, NBC6, would actually...
Well, they have the banner says federal government cuts, so I'm guessing they knew this.
Yeah, you're right. I failed to look at that, but you're right. So this was probably somewhat approved by a news director. So this guy's not going to be on. This guy's not going rogue, making a political statement. He's simply, and it seems like the station's behind him too, right?
I mean, it's not really as much as a political statement, I think, as it is an attempt to keep the funding for the NOAA.
It's probably more of just a logistics deal. What tools are being taken away from him? Right? Something like that?
Yeah, just, there's 17% fewer weather balloons that have been released. Staff is down. Some of the NOAA offices don't have enough staff to be open for 24 hours.
I heard actually, I think I saw somewhere where a couple of them have closed. A couple of the NOAA, and they've consolidated them down to, like they've done some consolidation and things like that.
And I am here to tell you that I am not sure I can do that this year, because of the cuts, the gutting, the sledgehammer attack on science in general, and I could talk about that for a long, long time, and how that is affecting the U.S. Leadership in science over many years.
I mean, listen.
Our weathermen should be talking about other things during the summer weather in Florida, because we know what the weather's going to be.
Well, not only that, but here's the deal. mean, maybe we're not sending as many planes up in there and we can't get how many millibars there are and whatever. But for the most part, radar that doesn't cost stations anything, that you can literally get on your phone, can show you where the storm's going to go for the most part.
And how we're losing that leadership. And this is a multi-generational impact on science in this country. All right. But specifically, let's talk about the federal.
I feel like I got an older Mr. Rogers here that's really breaking it down for me.
Government cuts to the National Weather Service and to NOAA. Did you know?
Hey, we got to cut across the board, man. We all gotta suffer. Cuts aren't easy.
That central
cuts like a knife.
South Florida National Weather Service offices are currently basically 20 to 40% understaffed. From Tampa to Key West, including the Miami office, 20 to 40% understaffed. Now, this type of staffing shortage is having impacts across the nation because there's been a nearly 20% reduction in weather balloon launches that carry those radio signs. And what we're starting to see is that the quality of the forecasts is becoming degraded.
Hold on. The quality of forecast, weather forecasting is the easiest job in the world. Because if you're 50% right, you're one of you're upper echelon. Nobody.
Yeah, but that's just the day to day. If you miss on the hurricane,
well, you're not going to miss on the hurricane.
Well, I mean,
you're just not.
Well, I mean,
Jim Cantore is going to tell you where it's going to hit, and just say what Jim says.
There's also a chance, because of some of these cuts, that NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft will not be able to fly this year, and with less reconnaissance missions, we may be flying blind. And we may not exactly know how strong a hurricane is.
Now, let me ask you a question, Brian. Let's say, the planes don't go up nearly as much, maybe not ever.
Oh, no, they'll go up.
Okay.
They won't not go up at all.
Right, but they go up half as much. But the planes don't tell us where it's going. The planes just tell us how strong the inner wall is and the millibars.
Right, but then that data is put through programs that do the best that they can to generate forecasts and predict. Okay, because of storm that has that's gaining in terms of the strength, the millibars are dropping, right? That can impact the direction it's going to move. The forward speed of the storm matters. So, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a weather expert like Bubba Windy. Or this.
All you need is the Windy app, and I listen.
Well, where do you think the Windy app gets their data?
I don't care where they get it; it's still in business, and I'm the one. I, Bubba Windy said the last storm that came through here that hurt us all, that it would hit just north of Bradenton, right through the power alley.
That's right,
and I was completely right. I'm just saying.
You nailed it.
And that was thanks in part to the data and the information that they were able to gather. And for hurricanes, I think it's less of a concern for hurricanes because really, if you're in that cone, you need to be prepared for the potential landfall anyways. Where I think it gets a little bit more dicey is with tornadoes and that sort of ability to quickly forecast and get out information. I don't know to what extent the NWS and NOAA are involved in that process. It's not an area where I'm an expert, so I can't just sit here and say this guy's full of it. He's probably being slightly alarmist, but there's probably a level of truth to what he's saying as well.
And now, from the Bubba Windy Weather Center, the most accurate and dependable forecast, claiming to never be wrong. Our chief meteorologist, Bubba Windy.
Say, Bubba Windy, you don't see Bubba Windy scared about any of this nonsense. Take all my planes and stuff. All I need is my Bubba Windy app.
That's right.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Before it reaches the coastline, like happened a couple of years ago in Hurricane Otis.
All right,
in Acapulco,
see you later, buddy.
Mexico.
See you there, Gramps, for telling me. So anyway, the Colorado terror suspect, the numbnut that was protesting against Israel, I think he lit 2 people on fire. Oh, no. I think
he killed somebody.
Did they end up dying?
Somebody died, yeah.
Okay, so
I think so.
Okay. So as of yesterday, one was in critical condition at the hospital. That person since probably has passed. So this guy who was here illegally, overstayed his work or whatever visa he had, his entire family was, as of yesterday, Trump was going to take his entire family, his kids, and his wife, and send them back to Egypt. And then I think, obviously incarcerate him, let him go through the system, and then find out where he ends up. Now, is there a federal judge that has stuck their nose in and said that the deportation is illegal? Like, how can that be? How can that be, Brian? Where, if you've overstayed your visa, take this guy's criminal activity out of it, but just if you've bona fidely overstayed your visa, I think they send you home, don't they?
I'm sure. Yeah, I imagine that there's a process. I don't know what that process looks like, but if it's instant, I don't. I'm not. Again, this isn't my area of practice, but
let me see if you can.
You shouldn't be here if you've overstayed your visa.
Let me see if there's an update on if indeed a person died last night.
I'm not seeing it.
No, I was wrong. Okay. I was wrong. I apologize.
Yeah, and the lady was a Holocaust survivor, too.
Hold on. What?
Yeah, the one that's really badly burned is a Holocaust survivor.
Oh, she has to be in her 80s.
Yeah, she's 88.
He had been planning this for years, for a full year.
Do you think that he targeted her because he specifically knew she was a Holocaust survivor? This was a River to the Sea, pro-Palestinian Jews suck, protest from this asshole. And just so in order to, that's just not by coincidence that one of the two people that you really, 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 really hurt and set on fire and might lose their life happens to be an 80 plus.
He got 15. He got 15 people on fire and a dog. So were the Jews or were the Israel people, were they privately protesting or in a group of support, and that's why he was able to target this woman? Otherwise, it seems almost like fate that an 88-year-old or 80-some-year-old Holocaust survivor would be at the same place this whack job would be, and she would be one of the ones that would hurt. Maybe there was an Israeli gathering of people in support of Israel.
The hostages. They were out there, talking about the hostages.
So there was a pro-Israel hostage demonstration going on, and he interrupted that, and that's why he was able to pinpoint the Holocaust survivor.
Yes.
We'll get into that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hey, Lemmy.
Yes, sir.
Big box, not live, replayed shit.
All right, I'll screenshot it. Do you know? I'll look at it.
I'll screenshot it and send you a picture of it.
Okay.
As soon as your voice goes high, I know you're lying.
It's good stuff, man.
There was a time when I was so broken hearted. Love wasn't much of a friend of mine. Sing it, Seth.
I don't think I know that one.
I don't think he knows that one.
What?
Most people don't.
That kind of love was the killing kind. I was dying when I met you. Now I'm trying to forget you. Your love is sweet miseries. It's Aerosmith, man. Come on. Dirt Merchant, $5. Morning, Bubba. Thank you, Dirt Merch.
Thank you. We need it. We're running.
Yeah, we're running on fumes here, guys. Baby Face Brigade, it's time to mount up. We need your thumbs. All your thumbins we will take from you. All your thumbins. Of Army, please stay true. What's up, Berto Perez? Greg from Canada, living on a prayer. Hierarchy, $100.
Hierarchy. Makes you tell Lummy.
Hierarchy.
Tommy used to work on the docks.
Bon Jovi.
Union's been on strike. He's down on his luck. It's tough. So tough.
Thank you, Hierarchy. Great
Gina works the diner all day. Working for her man. She brings home her pay for love.
What's up, Berto?
For love. She says we've got to hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, and that's a lot for love. We'll give it a shot. Sing it, Lummy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The delay, doing some stuff. Sorry for the delay. Sorry. Lummy, I cannot say enough great things about Kevin from Sunbelt. I think Kevin works the MLK 301 Sunbelt. I think that's kind of Kevin's location.
Yeah, he works like the heavy machinery too.
He's the man. He really. I was in a jam and he got me. He really got me right and took care of me. And thank you so much, Kevin. And Kevin, that one piece of equipment that I need, that Lummy's asking for, boy, do I need more than anything.
Please.
So anyway, man, if you need anything from Sunbelt Rental, go to sunbeltrental.com. Anything. I'm talking about from a vibratory roller to a power washer to a chainsaw to skid steer to a track. It doesn't matter. They got it. A light tower. You know, Lummy, I don't know if you're going to need any tools from Sunbelt from the damage that the renters that ransacked your Airbnb property last night. I don't know. I don't know if they necessarily have anything that you need, but if you needed it, they'd have it there. Yeah. I know you've rented many skid steers and things like that from them before when you were doing some of the landscaping work.
Oh yeah.
Sunbeltrentals.com. Type in. It'll tell you where your nearest location is. See what you got. See if they got it. If they don't have it, they can call a branch. There's so many different branches. They're nationwide. And they can get you. In fact, the thing that we need, Lummy, I think, is in Georgia.
Yes, it is.
And
yes.
Kevin was like, I need to get a hold of one of my Georgia dudes to get that thing down here to Tampa. Lummy, I don't know why each store doesn't have one of those because...
It makes sense, especially here in Florida.
I don't want to talk about what we're looking for, but yeah, exactly. Especially as farmy as Florida is. Florida's kind of farmy.
Yes.
So they still haven't found what you're looking for?
No, they haven't.
Oh,
Jesus. Man. Still haven't found what was that? Do you too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunday's attack in Boulder, Colorado have been taken into custody. The suspect's wife and 5 children are now facing a potentially speedy deportation. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem also saying on X, we are investigating to see...
Now, Brian, do you find her as attractive as I do?
I mean, she's attractive, yes. You can look at her neck, though, and tell that she's had a lot of work done.
Mm-hmm.
What extent his family knew about this heinous attack, if they had knowledge of it, or...
What does it matter?
Well, then they could be accessories, potentially.
Oh, okay. They're saying...
And they could charge maybe his wife criminally as well.
They're looking at that not to catch him a break, but to instead, bust him.
Yes.
And, yeah.
They provided support to it. Director of Policy Studies at the Center for Immigration Studies, Jessica Vaughn, joins me now. Jessica, thank you for joining us this morning. I mean, it's unclear if this attacker knew how deeply his actions would impact his family, but he did.
Talk about both ends of the spectrum. You got the hot young blonde, and then you got the old-ass Karen. I'm just saying.
Admit to not carrying out this attack until after his daughter graduated from high school. So clearly he did care about their future. And now he has to live with their potential deportation as he sits in jail, potentially for the rest of his life.
Potentially? Please. I mean, that guy will never see the light of day. I hope they find him guilty and send him right down to El Salvador.
See you later.
Well, I don't think anybody should shed too many tears over this. This is something that he and almost certainly his wife planned in advance. They went and applied for visas to come to the United States. Within a couple of weeks of that, they filed an asylum claim, knowing that under the Biden administration rules that they would be allowed to stay here indefinitely and get work permits. And even after that work permit expired.
Man, I got to tell you, whether you like Trump or you loved Biden or you hate both or you like one or the other or you hate one or the other, Biden's immigration border policy was the worst in our history. With the workarounds, and he was just letting people in. A lot of people didn't even do it the right way. They just jumped a little fence that had been smashed down by the 400 immigrants before you, and you just were released into our society. Or you could do it this way, where you apply for a work visa, then you apply for asylum, and then you're going to get it. I mean, my God, Our borders, I think, were never in worse shape than under him. Just let everybody in. I mean, inevitably you can't do. I don't think that we're equipped to.
Well, we weren't. That was the biggest problem with it.
Yeah,
we had no way to handle or control what was going on.
Right.
With it.
I mean, I just don't think we were internally equipped to be able to, deal with the influx of humanity, good or bad. Don't think that there weren't a lot of great people that came to our country and are doing the right thing and they're working and doing jobs that the average guy, African American, white, Latino American, won't do. But these people will. So there's some good to it. But man, there were so many. What did they say? Like 8 million
how many people came in under his 4 years
11, I think it was.
Legally and or undocumented and illegally? And I don't know that our country, I mean, listen, New York is I think New York is the largest media city in America at like 8 to 10 million. So you let as many people in as our largest city in our country, New York. And that's how many people got into, and I'm assuming the majority of them, I know we've taken swings at mass deportation, but when you're dealing with hundreds of people that you're sending back compared to millions that you let in.
We had to make up for the COVID losses, though.
You're never going to. I mean, we're always going to be 4 or 5 million to the bad.
I sent you what Holman said, too, about how the Bidens, I guess, were getting around the immigration thing. It's kind of interesting with the hotels.
And Brian, was it your opinion, or is it your opinion that the reason why the Democratic Party, and more importantly, the head of the Democratic Party at the time, Joe Biden, had such a porous, immigration policy is because he inevitably wanted to get a workaround where these people would vote Democratic? Is that the end game?
I mean, it could be.
That's what Holman thinks.
And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ice bed? Why not put them in an empty ice bed at $127 a night rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in an ice detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings could be 5, 7, 9 years if you pull out all appeals. And what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can award an amnesty to millions.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you can say that this guy's a prick, but I think this is exactly who we need to be the border czar, and I think that what he's saying makes sense.
What we need is for Congress to actually come up with an actual law and policy that we, change. And, if you don't like the process, change the process.
I think you're right, and I think that, like, the immigration border deal needs not to be president to president, but needs to be something that's more permanent and locked in, much like a congressional or, much like a bill or a law that's passed through Congress, Senate, the proper way to get a law passed. And so that each president, really, there's not a lot of tweaking. It's locked in stone, and this is how it is. This is how we do it. Right?
Yeah.
Then the every 4 to 8 years, you don't have a massive change in policy, which we can't handle because we've been used to A, now we're getting B. And that's what happened. And he's right. You put them in you detain them at the border, and you put them in a bed in an ICE detention facility that costs you $125 a night. I'm assuming that's feeding them and everything. And they get a hearing in what do you say, 35 days?
35 days.
They get a hearing in front of a magistrate or a judge in 35 days. They plead their political asylum case, and 90% of them go back. 10% make it. But you infuse them into the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City at $500 a night. Now they just triculate into the fabric of New York. And they have a hearing, in Corpus Christi, Texas in 2029. Weren't we seeing some of these hearings 3 and 4 and 5 years?
No, like you said, there were some that were 7 years.
And I saw a report that there was a 94% not showing up to your hearing. If I'm in Detroit, Michigan, for whatever reason I'd pick that, and my hearing is in 2029, Lummy, 4 years from now, in Corpus Christi, Texas, I ain't going there.
They can come find me.
I'm trying to stay out of trouble in Detroit.
Selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President...
And I don't think shall be detained encompasses being flown to New York and housed in a $500 a night hotel. I think shall be detained means within one of the detention centers that they have at the border where they can process you there. That's shall be detained. If you're talking about U.S. code law.
Not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
So I don't know why we get these federal judges then that overrule Trump's deportation.
Well, it's not the issue with these judges is that there is still a process involved. And so if you're violating the process,
you just can't rubber stamp and say you're gone tomorrow. You got to go through the chain of events.
And if you don't like it, change the law. But that's the way it is right now.
As a visa overstay, we have more than 500,000 visa overstays.
I used to have nannies from Denmark, and they had visas, and they knew their date because they were all by the book. And if you don't overstay your visa and you go back, then there's a certain amount of time that you can come back. I think it might be a year or maybe 6 months. But if you leave, on the day or a few days prior to what your visa says, and, they don't have a problem with you coming back. It's when you've overstayed it, then they're saying you ain't ever coming back.
Well, especially on work visas. So those are limited work visas for nannies and au pairs. And so if they're overstaying it, then that's problematic because they got permission from the government to work here.
Right.
Every year. And this guy, along with hundreds of thousands of others, have completely exploited our visa system. And this is yet another example of why our immigration enforcement is important, why we need to do a better job of vetting applicants, and especially why it's important now for the Trump administration to have this so-called mass deportation campaign to try to clean up the mistakes of all the people who were allowed in under the Biden policies. And it's why we can't be just limiting enforcement to people who've been convicted of crimes. That lets people stay here to have the opportunity to commit horrific acts like this.
Jessica, do you foresee any legal challenges in deporting his family, or will they be back in Egypt very quickly?
Let's see what she says, Lemmy, because the next story is there is already a legal challenge. So let's see if this old bag hits it or not.
I don't see how they possibly could have a case for staying here. They'd have to show that.
All right, so she missed it.
Well, hold on there. She's going through what?
Oh, I already clicked through it.
Well, now we get to see what the.
Well, I mean, maybe send that story right back to me again. So because I was trying to, for time constraint reasons, it seemed like, Brian, she was going to walk us down the road while, why there wouldn't be an issue.
Or what they would have to potentially try and show that would get them the ability to stay.
Let me, when you resend it to me, I'll play it.
Now, Bubba, going back to your Danish nannies,
I prematurely clicked.
Yeah. Going back to Danish nannies, did you ever try to hook up with any of them?
Yep.
How'd it go for you?
They were not having it.
Not at all?
Not at all, because the woman that handled them from Palm Harbor, she was from Denmark, and she was a woman that was an American, now had become an American, gained her American citizenship. Her husband was like an attorney, or like an affluent. They were an affluent family, and that's why she needed a nanny 10 years ago. And so she went back to her homeland, found a girl. Well, through the years and years of her doing this, she kind of became the nanny booker, and she had these strict rules. If you ever hook up with a host dad, and she finds out about it, you will be fired immediately, and I will tell your mom and dad back in. There's still some countries that are old-fashioned and don't want their daughters to be sluts. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, there was this whole, like, you do not mess around with the dads. And I became close enough to my nannies where they would tell me
of the other nannies and the dads that were trying to, blast the other nannies, and the nannies would not go for it. Now, don't think that I didn't find a whole pile of her pictures in Ybor City hanging out with a bunch of black. She'd never seen a black guy.
Oh.
She'd never seen a black guy. And so this black guy had a Warwick Dunn jersey on, and she met him in Ybor, and he had convinced her that he was Warwick Dunn.
Oh, my God.
And so she comes and tells me she's dating a Buccaneer. I can remember like it was nothing. I was eating breakfast one morning, and I didn't have Tyler. So on the days that I didn't have Tyler, Brian, she could sleep in, do whatever. I mean, like, she was off work, basically. She would do some light cleaning for me and do my laundry and do some light cleaning, but she didn't have to look after Tyler. And so I'm eating breakfast, and she comes down, and she's fixing herself some breakfast, and she's like, I'm dating a Tampa Bay Buccaneer now. And I go, really? Yes. I said, where'd you meet this Buccaneer? Ybor City? I said, well, chances are you're not dating a Buccaneer, because I don't think a Buccaneer, because Lummy, it was during football season, and the Bucs had a home game the next day.
Oh,
well, I don't think, Brian, you may know the protocol. I think they go and stay at a hotel the night before, the whole team does. But I don't think that Warwick Dunn's going to be at Ybor at 1 o'clock on a night before a game.
Wearing his jersey?
Wearing his jersey.
Yeah.
So she says, I got pictures. So she had, literally somebody had one of those kind of cameras that, like Gene Simmons would use, like a Polaroid. She had Polaroids of this guy and her dancing on the dance floor. Oh. And he wasn't Warwick Dunn. He had gold teeth and all this kind of deal. And I had to tell her, I said, her name was Tina. I go, Tina, that's not Warwick Dunn. And I got on the internet and I showed her who Warwick Dunn was.
Was she disappointed?
So what type of game did you try to run on her, Bubba?
Not a lot.
You absolutely tried.
I did try, but not a lot, because I'm sure every one of us knows whether you throw a little something out there, and what type of feedback you get determines what direction or how hard you press, right?
Right.
So I'd throw something and like just shot down like a kamikaze pilot. I mean, like, boom, like every trick of I tried everything.
I mean, what do you go? Hey, you want to ride this mountain? I mean,
no,
what do you throw?
No, but like I'd have other girls over, and then I'd be like, hey, if you're ever interested in partying with us, or anything like that. She's like, oh no, I will not do that. And that I forget what the woman's name from Palm Harbor was. Let's call her, Rhonda. That Rhonda has a strict instruction that if any of the nannies sleep with the host dad, you will be immediately sent back. I will not do that. I'm not doing that.
Well, so my kid's not here, so I'm technically not a dad right now.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, Brian, I tried everything, B. I did, because
did she know where all the cameras were?
No, I didn't. Stop. I didn't have her area camered up, and I didn't have cameras necessarily to the extent that I did later on down life. We're talking about, this is like 2000, this is like 2002, 2003, 2004. And so I was going to say something. I just completely. Oh, so it got to be that I had the nicest house out of all the host families, and I had the biggest pool.
Jason Lindquist, $10.
And so a lot of nannies, like regular parents, would take the week. Nannies are made for, parents that both work for the most part. And so these parents, mom and dads, would work, and they would watch the kids. Well, on the weekends, most normal families travel or go to Disney or go see their parents or things like that. So the nannies a lot of times had the weekends off. And she asked me, and this is when Cato lived with me, Lummy. Remember Cato? Yeah, Jimmy Tapp. And so, Brian, my nanny came to me and asked, hey, can I have my nanny, all the nannies over for a pool party?
You're like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what? She's like, well, I got, and I got to tell you something, Brian. They were all hot.
Well, then whoever she had over could have slept with you, because you're not their host dad.
Brian, I'm telling you, yes, they could have.
Big Red, $50.
Big Red, love you. But Brian, it was a hard no. It didn't matter. I mean, they listened to me on the air. They knew who I was. They knew everything, and it was a hard no. I mean, no. Me and Tap would be out there trying to show off and just be funny and cater in pizza and.
That gets them moist.
Mike's Pizza had to deliver all the way to Tier 30.
But ply them with alcohol and other stuff, and it's just it was a hard no. I remember that I probably got shot down the hardest by Denmark nannies.
Did you ever Did you keep in touch with Tina?
I've kept in touch with Nini. Her name was Anita, and they called her Nini, and she went to college. She went to culinary school. She is the head chef at one of the really, really, really 5-star elite eateries in Denmark, and she went on to have 2 children, and she's happy, and she's married.
Well, that's cool. She was just a chef for you because there was no head.
Let's see what old girl has to say.
Important now for the Trump administration to have this so-called mass deportation campaign to try to clean up the mistakes to commit horrific acts like
well,
this.
Jessica, do you foresee any legal challenges?
So here we go. This is where we were, Brian, when we left, right? And I got a little clicky. Here we go.
In deporting his family, or will they be back in Egypt very quickly?
I don't see how they possibly could have a case for staying here. They'd have to show that they would be persecuted if they were to be sent back to Egypt. I'm sure that.
What's on the side of his head? Did they hit him in the head with a billy club?
I think he got burned.
Yeah, I think he was burned.
Oh, that's right. That's why he took his shirt off, Brian, because he started himself on fire.
Yeah.
Someone will try on their behalf to.
Man, if he just would have burned himself right down to the ground like the Witch of the West, that would have been the greatest.
Do that because there are so many people involved in immigration advocacy who are willing to defend almost anyone being able to stay here and to fight enforcement at all costs.
So she's saying, Brian, there could be some pushback from various groups and lawyers to.
Well, she was laying out the way they would try to be able to stay here, which is to argue that they would be persecuted if sent back to their homeland. And she's saying that she's sure there'll be some sort of advocacy group that will provide them with some sort of defense. And that appears to be
they overstayed their visas. They should be sent home.
So a major concern that the Trump administration is grappling with right now is, of course, how safe our country really is.
Let's see what happens.
Considering there were so many.
Boom. Let me PayPal. Let me see. I got a PayPal notification.
Let's go.
Oh, my facial recognition.
So this says that the judge said that deporting the family without adequate process could cause irreparable harm.
Mushroom Mitch 25. Let me on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Well, new this hour, a judge issues an order stopping the deportation process for the family of the man charged in the Boulder firebombing.
And a lot of times, man, Brian, I'll tell you right now, federal judges toe the party line. It's who put him in office, and it's just federal judges really are who run this country. They have. Of course, we have the Supreme Court, but very few things actually make it to that level. But everything has an opportunity to make it to federal court. Everything does, especially a federal issue. And so, Brian, would you not agree, man? Federal judges are really the only ones that can tell the president no. They're the only ones that can overturn his executive decisions. And they, quite frankly, are the most powerful body of the legal system we have.
Well, of the legal system. But when the country's running right, it's all a part of the checks and balances system to make sure that no one branch of the government gets out of control.
And it is also a checks and balance system that no party gets out of control because, each federal judge is appointed for life. So, the president in power will appoint these federal judges, but they only retire when they are 80 and they're done or they die. They're appointed for life and with no mandatory retirement. And so they run the show. And all too often, it'd be interesting to see if this federal judge was a Republican or a Democrat, but all too often politics are played in the federal courtroom too to shut a guy down.
I'm Andrew Rafferty, and this is happening now in America. Judge Gordon P. Gallagher.
Let me look at Judge Gordon P. Gallagher and tell me who appointed him.
Oh, Biden did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
There you go. This is politics. Biden appointed this guy. This guy's okay, Donald Trump. You want to act like I have more power than you. I literally have more power than you on this particular situation that's in my courtroom.
Granting a request by family members of Mohammed Sabri Solomon to keep them in the U.S. and halt deportation proceedings.
But Brian, what would be their argument if you're representing the family?
The lady laid it out that if they go back home, they're going to be persecuted or something to that effect. You know.
So you can act out here and do something.
Well, they have not personally been accused of doing anything, but obviously the father has.
The family includes Solomon's wife and 5 children. They have not been charged in the attack. The family are all Egyptian citizens. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem,
which I think all of them are in violation of staying too long past their visas, I think.
Reportedly had their visas revoked. It's rare that family members of a person accused of a crime are detained and threatened with deportation in this way. Solomon told authorities that no one, including his family, knew about his plans for the attack. Federal authorities say Solomon has been living in the U.S. illegally.
Now, again, didn't they state that their visas also were expired?
Well, it's interesting. He just said revoked. So
yes.
I don't know what the answer to that is, because there's a difference between being revoked, because the Trump administration could have revoked it after this incident.
Well, and the government can revoke anybody that's a guest at any time.
Right, but that's different than staying past your visa date.
He was staying past his visa.
Right, but what about the family? Because that's who they're trying to deport.
Yeah.
And again, if they're past their visa, speed up the process, get them out of here.
Right.
If that's what you're going to do, I'm fine with it. Just follow whatever rules you have in place for that. And if you don't like the rules, go and change the rules so that they're better suited for your situation.
But listen, if they've overstayed their visas, that's pretty much cut and dry. But if the governments just came in and revoked their visas because of what their stupid ass father did, and they're not in violation of overstaying. But one would think you could draw the inference that if they probably all traveled together, and that if he's overstayed, they could be potentially overstayed.
Yes and no, because they come and go.
Yeah.
That's the way the game works, and so it
the
may
dad
just be
could
there's
come over,
overlap.
and then you sent for them 3 months later.
Yep.
Something like that. He came over and established himself, got a job, and then he said, "Listen," to his wife, "I'll call for the family when I have enough money saved up to get you over here." So he could be literally months and months ahead, and they haven't timed out yet, because they didn't come over the same time he did.
Right.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them. In the 21st century, we've seen one terror attack after another carried out by foreign visa overstayers from dangerous places all over the world. And thanks to Biden's open door policies, today there are millions and millions of these illegals who should not be in our country.
Again, I don't care how aggressive Tom Homan's ICE deportation program is, and I am happy with how aggressive it is. I don't think you can even scratch the surface to just the pure numbers that were allowed. We may get a couple 100,000, maybe 1 million or 2, but there's probably going to be 6-7 million people that they don't get, because getting them isn't that easy. You gotta find them. You gotta find them.
Yeah.
Just like the 2 African-American men that were stashed up in your attic.
That's right.
Only one fell through.
That's right.
The other 2 jumped the fence
and
with
the
a
other
revolver.
one. That's right.
And a $2,500 watch.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. That's why on my first day back...
Isn't Europe a mess? for what with their very porous immigration system. I mean, I heard Europe is an absolute mess.
Yeah, I mean, every country is dealing with immigration problems for sure.
Back in office, I directed the Secretary of State to perform a security review of high-risk regions and make recommendations for where restrictions should be imposed. Among the national security threats their analysis considered are the large-scale presence of terrorists, failure to cooperate on visa security, inability to verify travelers' identities, inadequate record-keeping of criminal histories, and persistently high rates of illegal visa overstays, and other things. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others.
So if you're from one of those, man, I don't even think you're like you're like it's a hard no.
So real quick on the wife's visa, she and the 5 kids or whatever came the same time with him, applied for a tourist visa like he did, and was under his asylum. But that case was still pending, so technically their visas were expired too.
Their visas were expired, but had they gone through the proper
asylum case was not yet heard.
Pending.
Yeah, it's still pending.
The asylum case was still not had not been heard.
And that's from 2022.
But one would think that, Brian, that goes right out the window with what act you just committed.
Oh well, definitely his. Yeah. As far as the family and the kids,
but they were under his asylum hearing gimmick. So see you later, guys.
The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe. Thank you very much.
Now, isn't that just absolutely a completely polar opposite of what we just had?
Yeah.
I mean, right? I mean,
yeah, especially a travel ban.
When I return, the freckled-faced, red-haired African American was it Karine Jean-Pierre?
Yes.
Karine Jean-Pierre,
the French,
the poor woman who's going to therapy because of the guy from Fox. Who's the dude from Fox?
Oh, Ducey?
Yeah, poor thing had to go. She probably had to get on medications from Ducey because remember Ducey would just wear her out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she's the ex-press secretary of Joe Biden. She's releasing a new book, and boy, is she! She's flipping parties. She's going to supposedly tell, from what I can gather and what the preliminary hearings and the preliminary indications are, she saw a lot. She was briefed on a lot. And, at one time, the press secretary, Brian, I think is a pretty high up prestigious job, and you're privy to a lot of stuff.
Well, this is what happens when a news company clearly wouldn't hire her on after her performance, and so now she needs to make her money. Like the Jen Psaki girl got her own show on MSNBC.
That's right.
Sarah Huckabee got her own show, and now it's back.
It's Governor.
Parlayed it into Governor.
Right.
So when you can't get that, I guess you come out with a book and you do a tell-all.
Hold on, you come out with a book, but then you flip-flop applesauce on the party.
Well, that helps sell the book.
Right.
She's not switching to the Republican Party. She's just going to independent.
Right, but still.
Yeah, no, it's all to sell the book.
Didn't Jake Tapper make a book, and the big whodunit on that was, he knew that Biden was deteriorating and that he kind of wasn't as should have been, and he's very sorry and all this kind of nonsense.
Big Red, $50.
Thank you, Big Red. When we return, we'll get into that. Karine Jean-Pierre leaving the Democratic Party and releasing a new book. I wonder if this story, Lummy, gets into any of the juicy details.
Hopefully it does.
See if you can look into if there's any juicy details as to what might be in her book.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
New listeners.
New followers.
Yeah, but you do that by putting on a good show.
That's what you're doing, Brian. Especially your singing. I mean, Big Red gave $100. I think he wanted 5 songs. He loves your karaoke so much.
He didn't request any.
What's that?
Oh, just Big Red with his $250. I'm sure it's for singing some great songs from Babyface.
Good morning, Gilson. How we all doing? Yes, we are. $20 will get you a request. Get it in early. We only have 4 minutes left in this break.
Greg from Canada, $20.
Okay, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I know the hook on that. At least if I'm familiar with the song, I can do it a little better. I've climbed the highest mountain, run through the fields, only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. This is the cops in Lummy's attic. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the healing in her fingertips. It burns like fire, this burning desire. I have spoke with the tongue of angels. I have held the hand of a devil. It was warm in the night. I was cold as stone.
I got Jennifer Henderson $20 for Lummy's ceiling repair.
But I still
$100, Neil Mount's here.
Make sure we come back with those, okay?
What I'm
Yes, sir.
looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. There you go, Greg from Canada. Always bring the $20 for singing during Hot Mic. Good morning, Permagrom. Sorry, Mark Jones, not gonna happen, buddy. You ain't the boss of me. You probably ain't the boss in your own house, sir.
Ryan, did you ever see Happy Gilmore?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Because Seth never did.
What?
Seth never did.
What? Read the name tag, Granny. You're in my world now. Oh, your fingers hurt? Well, now your back's going to hurt, too, because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Oh, boy.
Hacken Jack 2000, 39 months. Yeah, Ben Stiller's pretty good.
Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap.
Oh, Mr. Hat. Mr. whatever his name was. Mr. Hat.
Go to your home! Are you too good for your home?
I was seeing when Ben Stiller, see him, he was all happy. He would switch off his little characters and be like angry.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Oh, yes, you're doing a great job there, little.
The toilet's down on the right there, dear.
Oh, isn't she just sweet?
You know that Mista lady? I think I killed her.
Trade the price is wrong, bitch.
broke a rake from the bunker. Well, the rake was made of wood, and so I just broke it and put it back in the woods with its family. Step right up and see if you can outdrive the amazing golf ball whacker guy. What? Back in the day, I was over 300 easy. Nice. Now I'm a 250 guy. Age has caught up with me.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jennifer Henderson on the PayPal Lummy for the Lummy Ceiling Repair Fund. I think Neil Mount Plaisir gave 100.
Sure did.
For
Big
the
Red
in the who? I'm sorry, who 50?
Big Red 50.
Big
again.
Red 50. Love him. And the Neil Mount Plaisir Fund was the pre-Blizzard fund.
Oh yeah,
they
he's
love
excited for the show.
He loves the Blizzard so much. There you go. Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir. 813-90 Bubba. If it's Charlie, you know exactly what's happening. Charlie, eventually, I think Charlie will just give up.
Probably.
Because when he can't even get his name on the air, or all he can do is get his name on the air.
You mean give up in life or give up calling?
Who cares? Either.
Thank you.
You know what? Either works for me. How about you?
Same here.
I think Seth triggered him.
Hello, who's this?
This is Zach from Eugene, Oregon.
Oh, Zach, I think we heard from you a couple days ago, maybe even yesterday.
Yes, sir. It's very exciting. What do you think about Deion's future out of Boulder?
I think Deion can stay in Boulder as long as he wants. I think Deion has an athletic director. They just gave him, by the way, an extension where he's now. They just gave him a bonus, if you will, where he's now one of the highest. He's in the top 10, I think, of highest paid coaches. I think that he's in a conference where he could win. He could win that conference.
Let's not get carried away.
Okay. All right. I mean, he came within a game. He came within
and Dan Lanning.
He came within a game. He came within a game of winning it last year.
Yeah, he came within an ass whooping from Oregon.
Okay. So what do you want? What do you want my opinion, or are you just going to argue with me?
No, because I like Deion and I like you, and I'm a consumer.
All right. So I'm telling you.
Are you a duck?
I'm telling you my opinion. You asked my opinion of what I thought about Deion's, coaching at Colorado, and I said that I think that he could do one of two things: stay at Colorado for as long as he wants, because they will always pay him whatever he wants. He runs the show. You're not expecting to win the national championship at Colorado, but winning the conference, maybe make it into the playoffs here and there would certainly be good enough. Or after he continues to have success at Colorado, he could go to a Florida State. Florida State has another flop year. They might start sniffing around.
I think he would go to Tallahassee and be better utilized.
I will tell you this, and I've had this conversation with Deion. He's still mad because he was one of 3 finalists before he took the Jackson State job. And at that point, the rap on him was he didn't have any experience. He couldn't deal with high school kids going into college, and they overlooked him. There was one particular white, very, very, very influential alumni that blackballed Deion from Tallahassee at the time. And I think he'll always hold that against Tallahassee.
Chop it up twice, $20.
Yeah, I was unaware of that. Is it like a booster, or is it they work for the actual administration?
Boosters. And boosters have, Seth will tell you, boosters.
They have the whip.
Boosters that are given, it's not uncommon for big-time car dealership or oil baron boost, to give a few million a year to a program. And those people have a lot of whip. So
I'd like to see Deion go to Oregon as well.
Now,
because Dan Lanning, he's going to land an NFL job.
He ain't going. Deion's not going to Oregon from Colorado.
Are you aware of how powerful Oregon is?
Yes, very much so. And I stand behind my statement. Deion loves Boulder, and Eugene, Oregon
but Tallahassee did him wrong.
All right, listen. I just please. You ask me questions and then you argue with me, and I appreciate your great Bubba Army. And thank you for being good, Bubba Army. Maybe I just lost a listener, but I mean, were you guys as frustrated as I am? I mean, like he's asking. You wanted that conversation to continue on?
I never wanted the conversation to start, but I wasn't as frustrated as you were.
I mean, Deion's not going to Oregon.
Yeah, he's not going all the way up there.
Deion's not going to Oregon, okay? And for you to argue with me, like stop. Like if are you just trying to hear yourself on the air?
I mean, maybe.
Lummy, we have the unsigned band review. We missed a week last week, but we found a band this week.
Yes.
It's called
the reality music. The reality.
The reality.
Yeah.
Get ready for a fresh dose of the reality. A funkadelic foursome hails from the sunny shores of Tampa, Florida, and has hit the Bay Area with a new sound that has the masses in a daze, like a hot summer's day, with music as sweet and juicy as the first bite of one of the band's signature pineapples. Do they have their own pineapple brand too?
This is definitely Chat GPT created.
Absolutely. I feel bad that I had to hang up on a Bubba Army guy like that. But if you're just going to just wear me out, you're asking my opinion, and then you argue my opinion. What are we doing here? I got so many other things to talk about.
We are jam-packed this morning.
Well, you know we are.
It's pouring over.
Happy Gilmore 2.
All right.
Is now coming out. Supposedly Eminem has a small cameo in it. There's several celebrities that got. I think you had a list of the people that were appearing in Happy Gilmore 2.
Pull back up.
Now,
Daly.
Seth Kushner, ladies and gentlemen, is the only guy in the room not to have seen Happy Gilmore. And
I mean, I'm going to see Happy Gilmore too, but I mean, I was one of the Billy Madison movies or one of the Adam Sandler movies that I missed over the years.
How?
And by the way, Samson244, you don't have to agree with me, and no, you don't. But don't call me up and ask for my opinion. And I don't want to get into where's Deion going to head.
What about Dan Lanning in the NFL, baby?
That's not part of what we're covering today. And this really is sometimes we get sports oriented. And sometimes we don't. We didn't, we weren't talking sports at the time. And Deion's got it made at Colorado. Why would you leave Colorado? You're making $10 million a year. They just gave you an extension, and Brian, I think only people like Nick Saban and Dabo Sweeney and some other guys that have established themselves. There's not a lot of coaches that have 100% football control. You have to answer to an athletic director or a head of operations or something like that. And Deion has 100% football control. One of the reasons why he didn't choose USF is they would not agree to that. They, still want some checks. And Deion can do anything he wants, from the type of socks they wear to the kind of plane they charter to where they spend the night to how they get catered. Everything goes through Deion. And if it doesn't go through Deion, it goes through somebody that Deion's appointed.
That's right.
So what would you say, Brian? There might be 5 of those guys in the entire NCAA, Power 5, Power 4 world?
Yeah, probably at this point.
I sent you that list of the Happy Gilmore people.
It used to be more of a dangerous game, but now with the NIL and the rules really lax with regard to like committing violations in that regard, it's definitely safer to allow a coach to have that type of control.
Here's what we know. Celebrity athletes we know are appearing in Happy Gilmore 2. AEW star MJ. Is this the people here? Let me.
Yeah, you gotta say it keeps going down.
No, so number 1 is AEW star MJF.
Yes.
Okay. Seth, is he that big of a star?
Oh yeah,
for real.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Okay, like John Cena star.
No, I mean you can't be that big in AEW, but I mean he would be a big star in WWE.
Okay, he would.
He's a big star in AEW. Just again, like I said, I don't know how that translates to mainstream.
Is there any examples of, because I'm so far removed from pro wrestling, is there any examples of WWE picking off an AEW star? Wasn't Cody Rhodes at AEW?
Yeah.
But
he
originally was at WWE. You went WWE, AEW, then back, right?
Yeah, he was pretty high up in AEW. But
I wonder if there's any stars that started out with the AEW and the WWE have picked off.
Nothing major that I can think of right now outside of Cody.
Roy McIlroy?
Rory McIlroy.
Isn't he arguably one of the greatest golfers on the tour right now?
He's pretty good. He struggles with consistency.
So we got
Scotty Scheffler's the man.
We got the AEW guy. We got the golfer, and then we got Travis Kelce.
Yes,
is going to be in there. These are people that are making cameos in the new Happy Gilmore 2, and we're going to play that trailer here momentarily. Scotty Scheffler. Now, is this guy the man? You said Scotty Scheffler?
Scotty Scheffler's the man right now. In fact, the run he's on right now, nobody's gone on something like this since the Tiger days.
Since Tiger?
Yeah, he is. He won again this weekend. He's always in the top 10. The guy is just
American.
fire. Yeah.
Okay.
He got arrested last year.
This is the guy that pulled up to the country club, and they had like a little police block and he ran over a cone or something like that to go into some kind of area.
He was trying to get to the tournament so he could warm up and get into his routine.
Right, and they completely treated him like a jobber, like he wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah, a cop jumped on the side of his car and then said he tried to hit him.
Right.
They dismissed all the charges.
Right, exactly. John Daly.
All right.
John Daly, who, by the way, lives in Clearwater.
Sure does.
Justin Thomas. I don't know who. A lot of golfers.
Another golfer.
A lot of golfers.
He's good. Same.
Bryce, is this a golfer?
The champ, yeah, he is.
Reggie Bush.
So real
is
quick,
Reggie Bush even a thing anymore?
This is the streak Scotty Scheffler's on. You ready for this? Masters 4th, the Heritage tied for 8th, the Byron Nelson 1st, the PGA Championship 1st, the Schwab Challenge tied for 4th, the Memorial 1st. So he's won 3 of his last 4 tournaments. He's finished in the top 10 in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Finished in the top 5 in the top 4 in 6 out of those 7. He's on one of the great runs in golf.
Reggie Bush, number 8. Becky Lynch, she's a WWE girl, right?
Yeah.
She's in it. I think Seth is already sold with the AEW guy and Becky Lynch.
I just think it's obviously one of the biggest movies or what that Adam Sandler's done or franchises. So
Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think.
I think that was it.
Yeah, I think that's it because I think these are all people that have died.
Yeah, I don't think Bob Uecker's there.
Now here is the trailer for Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore 2. Happy Gilmore 2. And if you're not familiar with Happy Gilmore 1, Happy Gilmore 1 was Adam Sandler, and he was a bum. Wasn't he living with his dad?
No, his grandma.
his grandma.
He was a hockey player.
He was a hockey player, but he wasn't even really that good at that. He was living with his grandma, and somehow he got on the golf course, and he would literally hit the ball like he was, hitting a puck. Really unconventional, really just not fundamentally correct. He would actually he would run up to the golf ball and hit it that way.
Yeah.
He wouldn't just he would run up to it like
a slap shot, like he was getting into a slap shot.
Right, exactly. And he'd hit it like 400 yards or something like that, Brian.
Yeah, he'd blast it.
And it was just a real good funny comedy, men skewing comedy. And so it looks like they're coming out with Happy Gilmore 2, and I just mentioned some of the celebrities that are going to make cameos. I didn't see Eminem in there.
No.
They said Eminem was going to do it. I didn't see him.
They may be holding back on you.
Those were
surprise you.
That article was the top athletes.
Oh, okay.
My name is Happy Gilmore. 30 years ago, I decided to give golf a try. But even when you're at the top of your game, you can always shank one. Happy Gilmore.
Hold on, is that Eric Andre?
You look like it.
Hold on, that's my boy.
But even when you're at the top of your game, you can always shank.
Yep. It's my boy.
Shank one. Happy Gilmore's.
Lumpy, do you think one of these days we could just do a follow-up? You think would do a Zoom with us?
He said he would.
Or is he way above that? Is he, Seth, you might have a better indication. Is he way above, doing a little Zoom with us?
No, I don't think he's above it for what you gave him when he came here last time.
Yeah.
He came half of the show.
I'll eat a bag of dicks.
How are you going to
Netflix
put Vienna through ballet school? It's $75,000 a year. That's 4 years. That's $333,000. That's terrible math, Johnny. It's $300,000. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Let them see the happy I fell in love with.
Come on, you got to do it, Dad.
All right, let's go. Go get him, Dad. But how about the jig? I know how to do it, Dad. Let's go.
Okay. What the hell is happening?
kind of looks stupid.
You're just putting it over.
I'm just saying, looks kind of stupid, Brian. I mean,
Happy Gilmore is breaking in yet another caddy he just met.
All right, we're gonna go. See, but you bring those. Those always come. All right, that's it. They got a strap if you want to use the strap.
Happy Gilmore didn't have things flowing on the first hole.
Check out the name tag, grandson. You're in my world now.
I got you a little something there, Pop.
Everyone is talking about a comeback kid.
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
We've been watching you play, Mr. Gilmore. So inspiring.
My dad loved you, man. I am so sorry. Give him here. I got some Gorilla Glue. Remember the happy place I went to? You go to yours.
All right, I'm done.
I
don't know.
What about the trailer turned you off, Bubba?
I don't know. Just seems like the same slapstick, stupid stuff that the first one was.
What were you expecting? A drama?
I don't know.
Yes.
Happy Gilmore has been forced to go deep undercover as he infiltrates the Live Tour.
There's so many other
and uncovers Saudi Arabian shenanigans.
There's so many other things to watch nowadays. I don't think. I mean,
Did you think you've outgrown comedies?
No, I don't think so at all.
Bubba, you've literally are running out of things to watch, though. I think at this point, that's what you do, right?
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, this is Ryan from right here in St. Pete.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, you guys were talking about
St. Pete.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing, bud?
Good, bud.
You guys were talking about WWE or AEW superstars that went to WWE. Penta and Ray Phoenix. They started in, AAA, but big in AEW, and then Ray Phoenix is one of the biggest stars in WWE, one of them. And then Mariah May, she's a women's wrestler. She just debuted Tuesday. But I had another thing to tell you, Bubba. Did you see Flow Night in America last night with Eldora Dream, 93 car?
Yeah,
Flow Night in America.
I could only make it till about the start of the heat races, and then I fell out. But yes, I did watch it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good show.
My buddy Rob Platfoot, the guy that's in charge of track prep, who helps me with my winter nationals. I'm sure. Did you watch it all? Who ended up winning last night?
I ended up falling asleep right after the heat races. No, Bobby Pierce won.
Let me maybe find me Flo's highlights from last night's Eldora Dream.
Okay.
So my dad is actually the pace truck driver at Eldora Speedway, and my stepmom is a scorer there. My dad, they did a special. He's a multi-time stock car track champion. He raced modifieds and he raced a few late model races. But yeah, I grew up around dirt track.
I'm assuming your dad still lives, in the Rossburg, Ohio area. Because
Barney Craig, that's my dad.
You need to tell your dad that your favorite radio guy is really good friends with Tony and Levi and Rob, And I have a lot of good friends that either own or work at Eldora. So
tell them that, and then call us back and see how your dad reacted. This is gonna be exciting.
Shut up!
I can't wait for part 2 of this call.
By what means do you listen and or watch the show?
Well, on my way to work every morning, always on 98.3. I thought, and then when I get to work, probably on Facebook. I'll scroll through and I watch the highlights.
Fantastic.
Sent you the highlights.
But I sell golf ads, so I'm pretty busy. So.
Oh, you sell golf bags?
Golf ads. Advertisement for golf courses.
Golf bags? He's selling them out of the back of his van.
That would be pretty good.
I thought that's what he said, too.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Thank you.
I don't know what kind of business that is. I mean, they sell vacuum cleaners door to door.
Listen, the phone connection's horrible.
Yeah.
He's got me on speakerphone, and
golf
it sounded
ads.
like it said bag. Well, you know what? Your buddy thought it was bags, too.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that that's a hilarious concept.
No, you don't think that there's actually people that sell golf bags?
Not out of their cars. No, not like independent. Like
not doing it from his car, but going to local golf shops and making sure that they have their brand. And
now I'm
things
starting
like
to think it's maybe not the most lucrative business.
All right, buddy. Listen, good talking to you. Thanks for getting more goddamn heat with me. Jesus. God, you guys are just so quick to jump on me.
First of all, it wasn't heat at you, Bubba.
It was too.
No, we all heard it sounded like bags, but I'm just conceptualizing it and thinking how funny that would be if you sold golf bags. Jeez,
I'm
Louise,
sure there's
snowflake.
I'm gonna come.
Are you just call Bubba a snowflake?
He's melting down up there.
I'm melting down because don't think that there aren't people that don't sell golf bags. There are. How do you think golf bags get sold?
Yeah.
Through distributorships?
What do you think, through a store?
And what do distributorships do?
But they
sell golf bags.
They sell more than just golf bags, though. I mean, that's very specific.
But they offer golf bags.
That's right.
Hey,
they don't
Bubba
just
golf bags?
They just don't.
No? What do you mean?
I would buy one of those. I need it.
You would not.
I absolutely would.
We'll go door to door.
I'm not making Bubba Army golf bags.
No, that was the idea, Bubba. That's he gave you that. He put that in your head. God sent him to put golf bags in your head. Is that all right? I'm gonna stop.
How are the Bubba Army mystery boxes coming along?
We're working on that.
Bubba's a little busy there, babyface.
Brian, you really don't know what I have going on in my life right now.
Operation Kayfabe.
Yeah, so just please, I told you earlier today, cut me just a little bit of a break. I'm really on edge right now. I got a lot of things, good and bad. Some are in the air. Some I don't know. It's how the outcome's going to do. I'm just really, I'm really uptight. Let me, when we get back, because I'm running a little bit late because I got the unsigned band review. Do we have a guy from the reality music or the band? Is it now? Are they called the reality?
The reality.
Okay. Do we have the lead singer of the reality?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what is his name?
His name is, I believe it's Dan. Double checking, it's Dan Jones.
Dan Jones.
That's fake. It's a Mormon
By
name.
the way, I Googled it, Bubba, and there's a golf bag sales associate salary position starting from $7.93 to $22.36.
Yeah.
Oh, babyface.
$7.93 an hour? Or?
Yes. They work on commissions.
Oh, no.
When I return, Lummy, I have the highlights of last night's Flow Racing Night in America. It was at Eldora. It was the opening night of their $100,000 to win dream, what they call the Eldora Dream. I think this is like the 35th or 38th year of the dream, and they have a show on Thursday night, a show on Friday night, and then they combine like the points and stuff and can get Saturday's lineup, and Saturday's lineup's worth $100,000. So half the field ran last night, and whoever didn't run last night will run tonight. I can just on the surface see my boy right here. Here's Overton. This would be Brandon Overton. This would be Devin Moran. It looks like that's Hudson O'Neal.
Oh, Hudson O'Neal.
The real deal.
Here's Bobby Pierce's throwback car to when his dad used to drive. So yeah, there's a lot of good guys right up there. I'll do the highlights of that next when we return.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Ricky Thornton Jr.
He ain't no drag. Papa's got a brand new bag.
Do you have do you get your golf bag in your car?
No.
Okay.
It's a bad place to keep it during the summer. The glues and the stuff that they. I gotta tinkle real quick.
You're driving a weird car.
Yeah, I'm driving my my father's car because he's got a carpool. My daughter and 2 neighbors from dance camp at 3.
You come back quick. I gotta go to the back.
We're back, everybody. Oh, shut up, Mike. I wasn't fucking with him at all. That was one instance where I wasn't. I own it when I do, but I was not fucking with him. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. It is raining men at Lummy's house. I don't know, Sicilian redneck. I don't get to play golf very often.
Actually, you should go back and listen to that episode and see what kind of things we mentioned.
Yeah.
Because I know we really broke down all possible scenarios for
true.
you.
Yeah.
I just don't, man. Like, I mean, I'm not going to play the what if game. I just think you should get out of that area. Yeah, sure, that house will be worth $5 million in 20 years, Lummy, but still, you won't be alive.
Inflation will be way up too.
You got to flip it. Yeah, and don't tell them about it, you know. I don't think you have to report if any, felonies have happened on property.
No. I'm sure there's been plenty of felonies over the years in there.
And then also bake in the $9,000 the city made you pay for your backyard water park.
Swell.
Oh, I'm shooting.
Hey, and there could be a $2,500 watch in the attic.
I'm shooting mid 90s.
Just gotta shoot. You gotta find it.
I'm not out there lighting it up. My best round ever was an 82.
It's good if you're not playing all the time.
No, I'm playing like 3 or 4 times a year these days.
I'm going once a week to Topgolf. I love it.
Yeah? What are you shooting? He's like Angry Birds.
I got like 100,000 points on the. Now, Angry Birds suck. I do that. I don't know. I do the other one where it's like you're in a neighborhood or something.
Well, I mean, who's on warm line? I mean, who's on the?
Let's see.
I'm tired of phone calls. They get me in trouble.
Well, they've just kind of been sucking.
Oh, that and people's phones.
Jack?
Like they keep you on fucking blue. Like,
oh,
I know.
Yeah, hey, what's up? Yeah.
This guy sounds like he's on a CB, so you're.
No, it's the Eugene guy.
Oh.
He's what?
It's the Eugene guy. He came back to argue with you more.
Oh.
Good. That's something.
Dude, you know that Oregon football is life in Eugene.
What time's the music review?
Oh, hey, hold on, we're about to come back.
So a listener was supposed to send me a game. They didn't send it to me, but I do have trivia questions I can ask.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got to get into the highlights of flow racing night in America at Eldora. The opening of the prelude, to the Dream. Used to be the prelude to the Dream, where they would bring in NASCAR guys. And they would do a night like on Wednesday night would be the prelude to the Dream. And like Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and all these, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Tony. And Tony would start in the back and wax them all. I think a couple times Tony got beat by a few dudes. But then for whatever reason, I don't know if NASCAR made it not cool for Tony to host that event in conjunction with Tony, selling his NASCAR charters and saying that NASCAR sucks. I don't think that NASCAR drivers are going to be, able to drive, late models at Tony's track in any time soon. Although I wish they could. Is this the guy from Yes,
Eugene, Oregon.
Back again.
Zach.
Yes, Zach.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I know it's like it's not great to call more than once during a broadcast, but here's the thing. I know personally Alexander Emmert Jones. And I know his connection with Roger Stone. And I'm telling you, a podcast between you individuals would be tremendous. And what he's been through, and likewise what you've been through, I think would be incredible.
Well, then,
and I could actually facilitate.
Thank you for the heads up. Why don't you get that information to Lummy?
Well, you said Alex Stein can't get you the actual information.
I just told you to get the information to Lummy, and we will follow through for it. Don't go on to tell me what I've said and who couldn't do what. I just told you how I wanted you to do it.
Exactly.
And then you automatically start arguing with me. Get the information. Get the information to Lummy. Get the information to Lummy. We will contact that dude, and I appreciate the contact. Okay?
Yes.
I'm going to put you on hold now. Thank you.
Yes.
Is it me, or is that guy irritating?
Well, he wanted to, he wanted to get points for doing something that somebody else couldn't do, is my guess.
He said he knows Alex Jones, is what I got out of it.
That's great.
I mean, we're really going to play victim card for Alex Jones? Really? Really?
I would love to talk to the guy.
I mean,
I'm not playing victim.
No,
I just want to put him on the air and pick his brains on what's going on nowadays and listen to his shot out, on a whole nother planet type mentality. I'm not going to get into I'm not even going to get into the Sandy Hook stuff. Quite frankly,
get into his fake supplements that he sells and doesn't take.
Potentially, he might want to promote that. I'll give him an avenue to promote that. I have no problem with that.
Turn number 4, and we are underway at Eldora Speedway.
50 laps the distance, $20,000 on the line. It's a drag race into turns 1 and 2.
I tell you, my boy Rob Platfoot has the track, 2 grooves. That's all you can ask for. A high line and a low line.
Hudson O'Neal, much like he did in his heat race, gets a really good start. And no surprise, Ben, they have fanned out 3 and 4 wide in some places throughout the field.
Hudson's going to lead lap number 1, second at the line. Albertson.
All right, so it looks like a good race. This is just going to bore you to death. I'll watch this. I will watch this privately.
Well, I already know how it ends.
I think Bobby Pierce wins. I was watching a little bit. Lummy, is he still on the phone? Like, is he that goddamn insecure? Get his name and we will just absolutely plaster it all over the air that he's the guy that got us the phone number, that got us the guy to talk to.
Should we patch him back through, Bubba?
Yeah, you want to talk to him one more time?
Let me. What's he talking to you now?
I don't know. He's like, oh, I know Daria. I'm like, I already have Daria's number, and he's like, oh, I know a better number. I'm like, oh,
let me just pick up his phone and say thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Let's hear you say it.
It's hard to hear. If you could just send me, just send me an email with the information, and we appreciate you being the best Bubba Army out there.
Yeah, but see, what you don't understand is, I know Alex Jones, and I got a working number for him.
We'll just take
Alex
the number from Daria,
Alex Stein.
if you can just
Alex Stein couldn't
message,
get you the number. I've heard you many a times ask Alex Stein for the number to keep blowing you off, and see just another example of somebody using you. Tuttle might have been right yesterday, and so the bottom line is, I got the number, and I just like to get, Did
you think he just smoked a bunch of legal weed and doesn't have anybody else to talk to?
You give her a call.
A sativa?
And let her know, and then I'll call her.
Delta 8-9 stuff that'll make you wacky.
Yeah, shoot her a text and tell her I'll call her.
They got the real stuff in Oregon.
Yeah, the real stuff isn't nothing compared to this 8 and 9 stuff. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Let me tell him you've got to go.
I gotta go, but yes, let Daria know.
Say you're gonna get me fired.
I'd like to get to know him better.
All right, Ben. Thanks.
You should do a podcast with Zach Attack podcast from Eugene, Oregon.
Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Back here at 2 Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's continue in Washington live.
I feel like these men don't have anything else in life.
What do you mean?
The calling me up, and talking is great as long as we have something we're on subject matter, or we're whatever. But dude, for real, get a life.
Picture there at the White House. You just heard from President Trump addressing the summer partygoers there on the front lawn of the White House. Well, if we could, let's just focus our efforts quickly on the previous administration.
Scouting Big Gulp 25 for Babyface.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there. You were supposed to send me questions. You didn't, but that's okay.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Biden administration. We got the news today that former White House press
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, she's leaving the Democratic Party. She is registering as an independent. She revealed this in a video on Instagram today. All of this announced as a forthcoming book about her.
I can never get a good bearing on her ass. Did she have a nice ass?
I'm sure.
Time in the White House is scheduled for release later this fall. So, of course, she's a longtime Democratic Party operative. She's urging Americans to step aside harsh party lines in her new book titled Independent, a look inside a broken White House outside the party lines. The description also...
Good title.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, I'm wanting to read that.
Also says the former Biden press...
Whose cocaine was that? You know anything about the cocaine? Tell me about the cocaine. Whose cocaine was it? You know she knows. You know they know. They know. I mean, Dan Bongino says that they don't know. The FBI doesn't know. But
are we really going to be that concerned over about a little bit of coke in the White House?
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I just want to know. I just be interesting to know who it was.
I guarantee you probably 20 to 30% of the people walking through there are on some sort of illicit
substance. That's what I'm saying, Brian. It's I'm not trying to roll that back and charge anybody or make a big deal about it. I'm just interested to know whose cocaine it was.
It was Fetterman. It fell out of the sweatpants.
And you gotta have some pretty good swag when you're rolling around probably the most secure, potentially could get patted down area in the entire world, and you're rolling around with a little bit of toot.
Secretary did not come to the decision about leaving the party lightly. So in the meantime here, we do want to let you listen to KJP make this announcement. Let's watch. This was on Instagram today.
I saw her ass just now. Looks pretty good.
Well, then you're going to buy
Hi,
a
I'm
book
Karine
then,
Jean-Pierre, and I am the author of a new book that's coming out this fall called Independent. It's coming out on October 21st, so please do grab it. And the reason
Netflix needs to make a documentary of this.
I wrote this book coming out of the White House. Serving as White House press secretary was an honor and a privilege.
Wasn't she there for all 4 years?
No.
Psaki started.
Yeah,
Jen Psaki started.
3 years, I think. 2.5 to 3 years.
Since I have
She made it. Most of that is such a high pressure deal that usually it's about a year or two, isn't it?
A lot of them tap out or the presidents change out. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe did.
The people that come up to me, strangers that come up to me just across the country as I'm traveling, and sometimes right in my neighborhood, at a grocery store, supermarket, airport, my daughter's school, the number one question they ask me is, Karine, how do we get out of this? How do we protect our democracy?
Well, we're on the first steps of getting out of it. We needed to get rid of the guy that you worked with. We did that.
How do we protect vulnerable communities among us? What do we do next? Because we don't have answers here. That's what they ask.
Well, you need to fix your party because your party is extremely broken. Your party has moved so far one way.
She's out the party.
I know. In fact, the party has moved so much that you're out.
And this is my answer. And what I mean by that is...
Man, when you're the press secretary... and the party has moved so much that now you're out, man, you guys got big issues.
In an era of...
a person that was paid to supersell your Democratic ideas from your Democratic president, she's flipped parties and has written a tell-all book about how shady y'all are.
Isn't it crazy, though, how she didn't have the change of heart or a spine when she was in the position, if she's going to call all this out, but now that she can cash in on it, she's ready to do so at the first drop of a
Absolutely.
I mean,
let's face it.
That's what's going on here. If you don't get that lucrative position, then you write a book. Look at Scaramucci. You know, he got out and he looked for every way to try and capitalize on the 3 weeks he was press secretary.
Misinformation, disinformation, the regressiveness of...
Well, Lummy, you got to know I'm playing something. I can't hear you.
Well, isn't it a little early for her to be talking about it?
No, she'll have been out almost 10 months by the time this book comes out.
She didn't get a deal. She didn't get the deal she was looking for.
Well, I was just saying this book doesn't come out till October.
No, it's going to be out. I mean, no, you got to start building hype.
Of social policy.
I've been building hype on my documentary for 4 years.
That's the way you do it.
What we're seeing currently right now, what I have decided to do, and I really have thought long and hard about this, is to follow my own compass. And that's what I've done.
And I got up there every day and lied through my teeth, and it was hard for me not to just want to tell you the truth that Joe's in the back pooping his pants. Not knowing what's going on.
Well, she didn't I know one of the things in the book is she was not a fan of the pressure that the Democrats put on to get Joe Biden out. So I think that might be another reason why she's coming out with this.
Oh, okay. So she didn't agree with that at all.
She didn't like that, yeah.
And that's what this book
great
does.
right now having a guy dying of cancer in the White House.
What?
I said we'd be in a great position right now having the president dying of cancer in the White House.
Prostate cancer nonetheless, too.
Here's the truth, and here's how I will lay it out to you. I think we need to stop thinking in boxes and think outside of our boxes.
I like to think outside your box.
And not be so partisan. And the way that I see moving forward in this space that we're in right now is, if you are willing to stand side by side with me, regardless of your how you identify politically, and as long as you respect the community that I belong to and vulnerable communities
now, is her community, is she part of LGBTQZYFD?
I don't know if she's talking about African. I don't know what community specifically.
I think she might be lesbian.
She is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the community she's talking about, Brian.
Oh.
The LGBTYQFZYPTZ.
I respect. I will be there with you. I
like lesbians. I support lesbians.
Speaking of which, today's game show is brought to you by our two favorite lesbians,
I will
because
move
June is
forward with
Pride
you.
Month.
And that is, I think, so important. So this book, Independent, it's about looking outside of boxes, not
You know what, man? Jet, you got to give us more than this. You got to give us something super. I mean, you got a minute 12 to give me something juicy in order for me to maybe buy this book.
She's telling you what it's about. It's about looking outside of boxes, Bubba. Stop looking in
always
boxes.
being in a partisan stance. And how do we move forward together in a compassionate way, in a way that really, truly cares about people? October 21st.
All right, back out there to the New York Post. They have it as well. So you heard there from Karine Jean-Pierre. She said, until January 20th, I was responsible for speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. She said at noon on that day, I became a private citizen who, like all Americans and many of our allies around the world,
she looks pretty good in that white outfit to the right.
had to contend with what was to come next for our country. And you see there the book jacket, the title, Independent, a look inside a broken White House, outside the party lines.
Are you pretty gummed up, Bubba?
So it's on sale starting October
really
21st.
On,
many
on
online
today.
Are questioning.
No, I'm not gummed up.
I think you're gummed up.
Just be quiet.
Oh, I hit a nerve. That's why you're on the
Brian,
edge.
I just got so much going on. You can't even wrap your head around what I got going on.
I bet I could.
No, you can't.
Try me.
No, I don't want to try you.
Okay.
I mean, we're running late. When we come back, we'll get to the click, which is, I guess, Portnoy. I guess he's got a couple Brians working for him, too, being a bunch of dicks. And he needed to reemphasize for them to settle down a little bit.
Yes.
So now what's the backstory to this? Like, what happened here?
They were talking about
Now,
when
so
it's okay to make...
now, are these two dudes part of Barstool? They do a show on Barstool?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the one on the right was supported, the bald-headed one that had the most problem. The guy in the hat didn't seem Portnoy had much problem with him. The guy on the right, who looked somewhat bald, was, I think, arguing that it's people's right to be anti-Semitic and hate Jews or have Jew jokes.
Yeah, have Jew jokes, correct.
And I think that Portnoy didn't like that, didn't agree to that, and that he appeared on this guy's show to, I think, maybe potentially argue that point.
Yeah, because the guy said
I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, he said he was standing up for free speech, not to put people in jail for saying F the Jews. And
I don't think they put people in jail for saying F the Jews. They put people in jail when they say F the Jews, and then they burn people with Molotov cocktails. I think that's when they put people in jail.
Yes.
And if you want to say F the Jews, then have your little anti-Jew corner over there at Columbia University or your anti-Jew corner at Harvard.
What happened when he was in Toronto the other day? He was doing a pizza review and somebody rolled by and said F the Jews. So I think that's probably why it was a topic.
Yeah. And Portnoy, being Jewish, has every right to be mad about that.
Well, and the kids behind him laughed, and Portnoy called them out. He's like, what's funny about that?
Right. And it's his right to act that way. It's his right to not have to take it. As much of the aspect that people have the First Amendment right to say that, I have the First Amendment right, or in this case, Dave Portnoy has the First Amendment right to get up in people's grills and say, what do you think's funny about that? You uneducated piece of shit.
Well, you have the freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of consequences from your speech. And so the government can't act against you for your speech, but your employers can, society can. And so people want to be able to act the fool but not deal with the ramifications of their actions, their thoughts, and the way they are going about things. I mean, would you walk down the street and say F anybody? Like, what world are we living in where that's cool? Any group.
You can roll down the street and say F fat white guys.
Oh no, I know you can say but you can say that
and get no.
But why?
No
stop with the white victimization here. But what I'm getting at is that why are we even living in a world where people feel compelled to go down the street and shout that out?
Because
like,
what's wrong with it for so long. We've allowed it for so long, and people have not been punished for it, and they've been able just to be, to say it and get away with it. And when people get called out on it, things like this happened. You're right in the fact that you have the right to say anything you want. You don't have the right to be protected. You have the right to be protected. Your speech is protected.
The government can't impose on it.
But you can also suffer consequences that you cannot control. Meaning, like, you can upset your boss. You can upset the group of people that you hang out with. You could that doesn't mean that you can just got a free pass to say anything you want. You kind of do. You kind of do have a free pass to say what you want. But you don't have a free pass to say what you want and not potentially face circumstances. The First Amendment does not protect the circumstances that your protected speech may bring. You have all protected speech you want, but that could come with some shrapnel. People don't think that you can't get both. You can't have protected speech without any shrapnel. And I think that this guy, thinks that he should be able to make Jew jokes and say anti-Semitic type stuff, and it'd be just a joke. And you're right. The guy on the right, the bald-headed dude, has the right to say that. But when the guy that owns your forum, your platform, and it goes on, Portnoy leads us to believe that this guy makes $500,000, and a guy's paying you $500,000 to do a podcast, and he happens to be Jewish. You can say F the Jews. You may not have a job. I don't think it's necessarily the smartest thing to say, but you can say it. But it's also that Jewish man who owns your platform's right to tell you to pack sand. I think you're wrong. I will not tolerate that. And I, as an employer, have the right to get rid of you. I think most employers can get rid of you as long as it's not based on race or religion or anything like that. Like if you're propaganda, hate speech, and you're saying I wouldn't say it obscene, but you're saying objectionable hate speech at work on his radio forum or podcasting forum that he owns, he has every right in the world. I think this isn't it, Brian? You can fire pretty much anybody for anything.
Well, it just depends. If you have a contract, that's one thing. If you live in a state that has certain rights, but in Florida, it's a right to work state. So you can be terminated for any reason, like you highlighted, except a protected class.
Right. Except, like they can't fire you because you're black.
Religion,
they can't
age,
fire you because you're a Christian. They can't fire you because
woman.
you're, a woman. So
because you're 65.
But they can fire you for saying F the Jews. They can. And especially if your boss is Jewish. You're just, at that point, an idiot. And if they're paying that guy $500,000, if I'm paying you $500,000 and you're saying F fat white dudes from Warsaw, Indiana, which is what I identify as, I'm going to fire you. I don't want those people around here. We'll get into the Portnoy stuff next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
It's not even that fuck is the new N-word. It's just why does everybody have so much hate, It just, you don't need that in your life. If you have that much hate and anger, you need to seek out what's going on within. All right, this is my banana review. One bite. Everybody knows the rules.
That was the banana.
Honestly, this is mid at best.
Where'd you get it from?
It's not as firm or sweet as I like. This is a Publix organic banana.
Publix is struggling.
Yeah, it's not as thick as I like. It needs a little more girth. And honestly, I'm going to give this one a 5.2 out of 10.
Are we doing the game? Are we doing the game next?
If we want. It's not my show.
We can. We got to get into the Portnoy stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, my bad.
If not, we have to save it for the 19th or whatever day that would be. Yeah.
But we can do the Portnoy stuff. Hit a break, and then go into the game. Hit a break.
Oh man, 9:15 we're scheduled for. It's gonna be that's.
Oh, I think that was 9:30.
Lummy said 9:15.
Well, this is only This is only.
Good morning, Alan.
59 seconds and a minute 11. So if we get into this,
is there two? I think there's two clips, right?
Yeah, there's two clips. One's 59 and one's a minute 11. They've both been cleaned by Gary, so they'll move quickly. We can hit them both. We can
give our opinions. We can go into words. And then out of that, we can do the game. So have the game ready. So Lummy, we're going to do the Portnoy words, games, words.
And then the unsigned?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't know that one, Snizlook. Sorry. It was $20 anyways, buddy. I'm not a karaoke slut. I'm a karaoke whore. Remember that. You know how many fruit stands I've made famous with my banana review?
Sure.
I only eat American-grown bananas unsavory, which is to say I don't eat bananas.
I mean, they got us completely off the main page.
Why is it a trashy organic banana? What are you eating there, Lum Lum?
Matcha donated a pretzel stick to me. He said, would you like a pretzel stick? I said, thank you.
That was nice of him.
He probably was on the ground.
It's brave of you eating something
851.
that will dry out your throat.
149 likes to go.
That's it? All right, everybody. This is your leader talking. Go ahead and start liking the show for me now. Let's show Bubba what real thumbs look like. Alpha thumbs only. I haven't given mine yet. I hold that out. I try to time it to be the number 1,000 every day.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So to jump right into this, I think that's Elkhart Rob, isn't it?
Elkhart Rob, 25.
Elkhart Rob, 25 on the PayPal. I'm sorry, on the Cash App. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army. Help us out if you can. Thanks. Appreciate you. So, Gary Cantrell, thank you, Gary, for all that you do. I don't thank you near enough. And you took this very long clip and made it into, you kind of gave me the high spots, made it into less than 2 minutes, and you took out the curse words where Portnoy was going absolutely insane. Now, because I'm not very familiar with this show, is this a show that airs on Barstool, I'm assuming regularly, probably daily?
Yes, I think this is the Unnamed Show.
Okay. And so this is a podcast that appears on Barstool daily. I don't know who the two hosts are, but it seems as though this guy here has been somewhat anti-Semitic, has made...
That's Kirk Minihane.
Kirk Minihane.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that, Dave Portnoy is usually not a daily contributor to their show. It's just these two dudes.
No, it's called the Unnamed Show with Kurt, Dave, and then Ryan Whitney, the guy in the Oilers hat.
Okay, so Dave does participate on this program.
On this one, yes.
Okay.
And Kurt does also have his own show.
This guy right here?
Yes.
All right. More of a sports kind of deal, or more of just a male pop culture kind of deal? What does that guy?
Male pop culture and sports.
Are you ignoring what's going on in the world?
No,
right
I'm
now?
not. What, Dave? What do you want to do with those guys? What do you want to
think it's
do?
related?
What do you want to do with those guys in the bar? Put them in jail for 50 years? Fine. I don't care.
I didn't
They're
say that.
assholes.
You're.
I think what they're arguing about is when Dave was reviewing the pizza, somebody yelled out "F the Jews" or something like that, and that's when they talk about guys at the bar. I think they're asking Dave, what should they do with those guys? Am I assuming right?
Those are the guys that had the sign with the bar service, and then they had the F the Jews pizza review thing, and they may also be talking about the flamethrower Molotov cocktail guy. I don't know.
You're quite literally changing everything you say, Kirk. If you just want me to kick him out, not mention it, not care that this kid is anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah, so it seems like this is the club situation in his club that he owns. That this guy during bottle service had F the Jews, and Dave's discussing with this guy. Should I just let him be, not doing anything?
Shut up! If you just want me to ignore it,
Don't tell me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up, you bald fuck.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. You guys think that I have outbursts?
How's that?
Oh, it's kill. I'll never recover from that, Dave. Go ahead, continue. I'll never recover.
Well, you're the one who big boss man. Don't tell. I'll tell you work for me.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
You little bitch. You work for me.
Sure, you bet. For now,
Oh, you
continue.
don't? For now, quit. I don't care. I'll see 500 grand.
Is this show or not a show? Like, is a show or not a show? Like,
See, I don't like this guy for just the utter disrespect that he's showing his boss. When it comes down to it, you're creating content, but I think that you're answering in a very smart-ass, really triggering type of way.
Yeah, but it's
I think you could have diffused this by just saying, Dave, I'm sorry.
Cretin Travis, $100.
Dave, thank you, Creatine.
Well, one,
see you on Saturday.
They have a talk show. They're trying to produce some content here. Number two,
but hold on, Brian.
You want them to be real,
when
right?
When you're creating content, right, Brian? You have to realize when you're pissing off the boss. There's creating content, and then there's pissing off the boss, and it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, but if you're paying somebody to give their opinion, do you want them to give their real opinion, or do you want them to dial it down and placate what you want them to say?
Well, I mean,
what is it?
There's a fine line on that, and you know what? The longer you do this, the more you understand that. There's a fine line.
I mean, I don't think
there's a fine line of knowing what your boss will tolerate and placating him by saying, here, I'm just going to rewind it.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
You little bitch. You work for me.
Sure, you bet. For now.
Oh, you
continue.
don't? For now, quit. I don't care. I'll see 500 grand.
Is this show or not a show?
And here's where you can't, Brian, here's where you misinterpret a thing. What if somebody at your work talked to you this way?
That's a totally different thing.
No, it's not.
No, we're not sitting. Hold on. I'm not paying them for their opinion. Okay, I'm not paying them because I think that their opinions are interesting, and then trying to stifle what I hired them to do in the first place, which was to be who they are and share their opinion. Now you can have a difference of opinion on whether or not it's good for the show and things like that, but it is a totally different set of circumstances of having somebody who's a paralegal versus somebody who's an on-air personality and that you pay to share their opinion on things.
Share their opinion on things. Don't pay to absolutely make the boss go out of his mind.
Well, the boss going out of his mind may be related to the opinion. Now, I haven't heard what he said to poke Dave right in the chest with it. I will say his continue for now, that's a little smug. That's a little over the line.
Listen, he's placating and being real much a smart-ass smug. He knows Dave's at a very heightened irritability level. He needs to Shakespeare and babyface if he wants to keep his job.
I don't care.
Is this show or not a show? Like, is a show or not a show? Like, we can't have a conversation?
You're an idiot.
Okay, continue.
You're literally saying people should be allowed to make Jew jokes. Say what?
Joshua Markinson, let me 25 on the PayPal.
That they want right now.
Yes, I think people should be allowed to make jokes.
So how many Jews have to be killed before you stop?
Oh my.
Yeah. Here we go. And listen, we're also talking about something that you cannot talk about in today's world, especially when it comes to boss-employee relationship. Well, not only that, but just in general, it is in the society that we live in. It's tough to get into religious discussions. It really is. It's just a really tough world. And, let me, Adam Wiley.
Yeah, right.
On the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. This guy here should be baby facing, not doubling down if he knew how to read the room. And what I hate more than anything, and I've been doing this longer than all of you guys combined, is when you get a co-host or a host or somebody, a guest or somebody that's on the air with you, and then they try to turn it all around that we're just doing a show and it's just jokes. When we've had 3 hours of good radio, we've gelled pretty well for the most part. And now you're going to stand behind we're doing a show.
Well, are you covering the other 2 hours and 50 minutes of their show that they did, or are you covering the 10 minutes where they got explosive?
I'm covering what I'm watching.
So which is more effective? Which is better for the brand? What's going on this screen right now, or them talking about the Florida Panthers, Edmonton Oilers, and agreeing with each other?
What's better for the brand is that the owner doesn't fire one of the two co-hosts that's irritating him a lot.
So say right like $20.
Jew jokes of that nature. I'll go back to this.
Hold on. Did he say Jew jokes are funny by nature? Hold on.
No, he says of that nature.
Jew jokes of that nature. I'll go back to this.
Yeah.
When does freedom of speech impinge on freedom of religion?
I don't think freedom of speech should. I think freedom of speech is the most important thing in this country.
Okay, so people can go kill the Jews, and there's no responsibility if someone goes and kills Jews.
No, that's a crime if you kill somebody.
No, but not saying, hey, go kill Jews.
That's different. No. What do you mean?
You can say somebody should go kill Jews. You don't do it, but someone hears you and goes do it. You're fine with that?
Fine if somebody says, go kill Jews?
Yes.
No, that's different than telling. I thought we were talking about telling a joke. I thought we were talking about comedians.
They are all using semantics for anti-Semitism right now. And I can tell the difference because for 20 years of doing it, I've never mentioned it, Kirk.
No, and I said to you when this thing happened a couple weeks ago.
How can you not realize we're in a different time right now?
I completely realize, and I'm sensitive to the fact that you're sensitive, and I feel bad.
No, you're not. You don't get it.
That's not true. I am sensitive to it. What I'm saying is it's a fine line. I think you would agree. I think you would agree, so maybe you don't. That when you start harnessing free speech and what can be said and what can't be said.
I'm not saying throw any of these people in jail. You want me to give this kid a pass.
I'm with Dave Portnoy. You don't give anybody a pass that has said something of that nature to your face while you're doing something out in public. And, you don't, society might give them a pass. But I don't think that you have to give them a pass.
I agree with that.
Nobody has to. I don't have to give anybody a pass.
Nope.
Society does.
Well, no, society doesn't either. They can make their judgment.
Sure.
I mean, the government.
But what I'm saying, though, if a guy went out to the corner out there by 7-Eleven and we're out there in front of 7-Eleven and where those car rental places are, and he had a, kill the Jews sign. And he sat there and he was not causing any problems. And he wasn't, disrupting anybody. I don't know that anybody could do anything to the guy. Now, the guy who owns the property, I don't know, maybe if that's a city easement or not. But you can say that and do that. But I don't have to hire you. In fact, if you do work for me, I can fire you because I don't agree with you. So society somewhat covers your ass and your ability to say a lot of different things publicly, but the private sector and society sometimes, we don't owe you any protections. If a Jewish guy comes up there and knocks your head off, not that the cops couldn't arrest him for violence, because he could, but there's also a certain, you got it coming to you a little bit. I don't know. I just think in today's world of content producing, that people, I don't know. I mean, like Tuttle's behavior yesterday. I'm still struggling with that because it seems like everybody now just wants to have an excuse to say something outlandish, to piss somebody off, to engage, when we all can probably do a pretty good show, have hacks at each other, and have, make fun of each other in funny type ways. And I think yesterday Tuttle was completely out of line in getting up in Alex's face like that, especially with Alex having sent him the initial tether to the meeting details. Now, if you are Alex and you've sent Tuttle the initial information about the meeting details, and you as Tuttle didn't acknowledge getting that at all, not thank you, I'll get back to you, let me know what else I need to bring, then how it's not Alex's responsibility to text him yet again. Did you get that? Or are we still going I don't know. I struggled with Tuttle's outburst yesterday. And it's like,
was Alex mad?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I get more mad at my guys and how they act and compared to relative to guests that I have. Like John Morgan wasn't mad at Alex and his outburst with regards to John being on the air. It just seems to me that nobody really respects the leader or the boss or protocol anymore. They just think they can get back here and say anything they want, and then when it gets a little heated or it gets a little which way or the other, it's jokes. We can't do jokes anymore. We can't do, I don't know.
But Tuttle having an issue with Alex isn't a reflection on you or your show. It's not at you.
No, I know, but it makes me uncomfortable on my program, and it's a guest of mine that's being accosted, so I do have skin in the game. And, I don't want my employees to be, here's the thing. If I have an employee, if I got somebody on the air today and Seth wants to blindside them with some information that he's got one way or the other, I would hope Seth would tell me, hey, Sponjo, I like to hit his guy with an A, B, and a C. And I would say yay or nay. You know what? Maybe the A and the B, but maybe lay off on the C. I don't want to be hearing your potential issues you have with one of my guests for the first time on the air as it's unraveling. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Well, that comes down to show prep.
Well, we usually don't have to prep for Alex. We usually can, play Alex's stuff, run through what he's going through nowadays.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes don't things come up organically though? Like maybe Tuttle wasn't going to get into it, but Alex said something that set him off.
Alex said hi.
Well,
no, Tuttle was going to get into it regardless. Do we have time? I think we have time to play the game if we want to play the game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm texting with him now to maybe try to push him like 9:20.
Push him to 9:20.
Okay.
What game do we have?
Well, it's Gay Pride Month in June, and so our favorite lesbian trucker duo, Scout and Big Gulp, have provided prizes and suggested a game for us to play to see how well you fellas know your Gay Pride trivia.
All right. So Gay Pride trivia.
Gay Pride trivia.
Next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
No, I'm going to give you each individual questions today.
Okay. I don't know if you need stuff. Doctor.
Yeah. This Aqua Viejo had a really strong crack of the can here.
It does. That's strong aluminum.
That is American. You can tell it's all American.
Mm-hmm.
Power of the Appalachians running through my veins. $20. I'll sing you a song, fuck sticks.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's see, any requests?
Any requests? You got limited time before this band comes on and ruins music for you forever.
What do you got, Cuba Dog? That's not nice.
I'm joking.
What was it called? What was it?
I haven't heard their song. I don't know who they are.
First bite of one of the band's signature find out was pin your ears back and listen to their soul-drenched music and see why fans are begging for another set.
Jamtronica.
Unique blend of funk, fusion, disco, Jamtronica, reggae, and rock.
You had me at Jamtronica. $50 and I won't sing Semi-Auto Glass Travis. $20 for a song. What song, fuck boy?
What's up, Cecilia Redneck? Baby Shark from Babyface. And watch your stuff.
Whew. Whew is right.
Oh, man.
Trump gets elected, I really do believe in my heart there'll be a race war. That's why this message is not just to black people. You know what I'm saying? This message is to everybody.
Terry, this isn't the airport. You don't have to announce your departure, buddy. Just get the fuck off. Get the step in, turd.
Barry?
Terry.
Oh, Terry. Oh.
All right, Semi-Auto Glass Travis, $50 for Brian not to sing.
He paid it?
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
$50 covers 2.5 segments.
I know.
Yeah, so might be done.
No. That only covers one segment because I can usually get 2 or 3 songs in
that's
a segment.
true.
So that's how, because I don't sing the whole song.
You're like a rapper. You just do a verse.
I
hook.
do samples.
Yeah.
I sample. Do a couple verses. Do the hook once or twice.
Boy, if you go see a rap concert and you love the second or third verse, you are fucked, man, because you won't hear it that night.
Whew. Oh, there's a fake Buzzard Bob in chat. Look out for imposters, everybody. Stay safe out there.
Morning, Jay Baller. How you know he's fake?
Buzzard Bob's calling him out. He's angry.
Which one's real? Seriously?
We don't know. They're pointing their finger at each other.
I'm looking for a Cooper flag, Jack.
The only way is to smell their breath and see which one smells like ass.
What's up, Thomas?
What if they both smell like ass?
High odds on that
one.
one.
Buzzard Bob is so deep into his portrayal that he eats ass now.
Yeah. He's a method actor.
Mm-hmm.
Just sorry for the guy that has to play you in the Lummy movie.
That's right.
Bend over and get pegged.
That's right. Good cracker, Chris.
Not yet, BS profile. What's up, Sicilian Redneck? I just have to remember when I'm in my car. That's when I listen to my music. I know. Odd, right?
Buzzard Bob is the one that's...
Everybody should change their name to Buzzard Bob in Yahoo chat.
Oh, shit. That's awesome, Pappy Jasper. He's a great player.
What do you get?
Case Cunningham.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Adam Wiley on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. We will do the weekly. Some shows play daily games, which are stupid.
Semi-Auto Glass Travis, $50, and John Kostika, $100.
Thank you, Johnny K. Steel slinging homie, love you. We play a weekly game, usually hosted by Brian.
You play strong. Lummy plays weekly.
Twink Martindale is his name. This game has been written and conceived by our two resident lesbian truckers, Scout and Big Gulp. Love them. Bubba Army Hall of Famers, Bubba Army royalties, Inner Circle, the whole 9 yards. They're everything and all of that. And it's about gay pride and how well you know your gay prideness, I guess. So without further ado, Brian, how many questions are there?
So the way we're going to do it today is, Bubba, pick a number, 1, 2, or 3.
Me right now?
Yes.
2.
Seth, pick a number, 1 or 3.
3.
And Lummy, you get number 1 by default. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you guys questions. I'm going to go around to Lummy, then Bubba, then Seth. You're going to get a multiple choice question. And whoever gets the most right wins. You'll have about 9 questions each.
Lummy, what is the current score? I think, is it 7-2-1?
Yes.
7-2-1. I've won 7. Seth has won 2. Lummy's bringing up the rear.
Sorry, 6-2-1. 6-2-1.
6-2-1.
Yes.
6-2-1. Okay.
We have Amazon gift cards for all the finishers today, courtesy of Scout and Big Gulp.
Wow. Great.
$25 to the winner, $15 to second, and $10 for third.
Nice. All right.
So everybody gets a trophy. I like it.
It's participation.
Well, Bubba doesn't believe in that, so if he doesn't win first, but I get to keep Bubba's gift card.
Just shut your hole.
You're now believing coddling,
Just
right?
shut your hole.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Continue. Let's go. You say there's 7 questions?
There's 9 questions each.
Okay. It might be a little long. Maybe.
We're going to go quick.
All
Lummy,
right.
how many colors did the original pride flag have? 1, 8, 2, 5, 3, 6.
6.
Incorrect. It's 8. Bubba, who organized the first pride event?
Hold on. I gotta give Lummy that sound effect. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Bubba, who organized the first pride event? Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, or Brenda Howard?
Sylvia Rivera.
Wrong. Brenda Howard.
I thought it was Harvey Milk.
Seth, where does the word lesbian come from? The word sapphic, the poet Sappho and the island of Lesbos, or the second wave of feminism?
The first one?
The word sapphic?
Yeah.
Incorrect. The poet Sappho and the island of Lesbos. You guys are terrible at gay trivia.
I didn't know it had some
We're not
Greek.
gay.
Gay people don't know this stuff.
Yeah.
Lummy.
Gay people. Scout Big Gulp don't know it, and they wrote it.
The island of lesbian knows.
Lummy, the military policy, don't ask, don't tell, was issued in 1994. When was it finally repealed? Was that 2005, 2011, or 2014?
2014.
Incorrect. 2011. I mean, mathematically, one of you are bound to get one of these right.
A lot of people remember where they were that day when they took
Continue
that
on. We got to move quickly.
Bubba, what year did same-sex marriage become legal nationwide in the U.S.? Was it 2015, 2011, or 2018?
2011.
Incorrect. 2015. Seth.
Hey.
What country was the first to recognize same-sex marriage? Was it Belgium, Germany, or the Netherlands?
I think they're pretty cool in the Netherlands. I'm going to go with them.
Ding, ding, ding!
I thought France was on the list, too.
Seth may have an insurmountable lead here. Lummy, in what city did the Stonewall riots break out in 1969? Was that Chicago, San Francisco, or New York?
San Francisco.
Incorrect. That would have been New York.
Jesus.
Bubba, where did the first same-sex marriage in the United States take place? Was it Philadelphia, Boston, or Washington?
Washington.
Incorrect. That would be Philadelphia. Seth, which state was the first to outlaw discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation? California, Wisconsin, or Vermont?
Vermont.
Incorrect. That would be Wisconsin.
I thought it was the Ben and Jerry's guy.
Me too.
All right, now we're going into some pop culture now.
All right.
I thought you were going to ask us like what a bear is.
I think Lummy can get this one. Which gay comedian character in a 90s sitcom came out on television after coming out in real life? Was it Wanda Sykes, Ellen DeGeneres, or Rosie O'Donnell?
Ellen DeGeneres.
Ding, ding, ding!
All right. I know my lesbian history.
Bubba, what are the respective experts from the Queer Eye show known as? The Queer Five, the Fab Five, or the Five Guys?
The Fab Five.
Correct. Seth, what groundbreaking musical starred queer artists in New York City at the time of the HIV/AIDS outbreak? Was it Rent, Chicago, or Wicked?
I'm gonna go with Rent.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's 2-1-1. Lummy, drag queens have become a global phenomenon thanks to which groundbreaking artist? Bianca Del Rio, Sasha Velour, or RuPaul?
RuPaul.
Correct.
Right.
That was an easy one.
Well, that's why I had you guys pick your numbers. Lummy didn't pick his. He was given his. Bubba, Will and Grace are often regarded as the first major successful show with leading gay characters. Where was the show set? Atlanta, Los Angeles, or New York?
New York.
Correct.
That was easy.
Seth, Billy Ray Cyrus featured alongside which openly gay rapper in the 2019 hit Old Town Road? Was it Jack Harlow, Khalid, or Lil Nas X?
Lil Nas X.
Correct. You guys know your gay pop culture, I'll tell you that. Lummy, Queer as Folk followed the life of 5 queer gay men living in which city? Chicago, Pittsburgh, or Seattle?
Seattle.
Incorrect. That would be Pittsburgh. Bubba, the first black gay male actor won an Emmy for Outstanding Lead in a drama series in 2019. Who was the actor? Was it Billy Porter, Stephen Canals, or Caramo Brown?
Stephen Canals.
Nope, Billy Porter. Seth, global superstar JoJo Siwa came out in 2021. Which child reality show made her famous? MasterChef Junior, Dance Moms, or Project Runway Junior?
Dance Moms.
Correct. All right, now we're going into movie character trivia. You ready for this? Lummy,
yeah.
Grey's Anatomy featured television's longest-running lesbian character for 9 seasons. Who was the character? Arizona Robbins, Callie Torres, or Karina De Luca?
Arizona.
Correct.
All right.
So the standings are 4-3-2 right now. Bubba, the Netflix original Orange is the New Black features a story about Sophia Bursett, a transgendered inmate in a woman's prison. Which actress plays this role? MJ Rodriguez, Laverne Cox, or Zion?
Laverne Cox.
Yeah. Bubba knows his trans actresses. Seth, which leading transgender actress stars as Jules in HBO's Euphoria? Hunter Schafer, Josie Tota, or Nikki DeJagger?
Jeez. I'm going to go with Tota.
No, it's Hunter Schafer.
Are we all tied up?
It is Bubba 3, Seth 4, Lummy 3.
Okay. How many more we got to go?
We have 2 more questions each.
All right.
Lummy, who is David Rose's love interest in the TV hit show Schitt's Creek? Patrick Brewer, Patrick Dempsey, or Patrick Levy?
Patrick Levy.
Incorrect. Patrick Brewer. Bubba, what 2018 film was the first major Hollywood movie to focus on a gay teen romance? Love, Simon, Moonlight, or Carol?
Carol.
Incorrect. Love, Simon.
Damn it.
Seth, what TV show has the largest transgender cast? And then this is, I think, by the number of people, not how fat the characters are. Pose, Young Royals, or One Day at a Time?
Holy hell. Let's go with One Day at a Time.
It's Pose.
Okay, that sounds.
Now, is that it?
No, we have one more each.
But
there's a chance that this is anybody's game.
Okay.
Lummy, which Disney show featured its first main gay character? The Descendants, Andy Mack, or Stuck in the Middle?
Stuck in the Middle.
Incorrect. Andy Mack. Lummy is officially eliminated.
Lummy's out.
Bubba, for a chance to force Seth to get the next question right. In Glee, who is Kurt Hummel's main love interest? Finn Hudson, Sebastian Smythe, or Blaine Anderson?
Blaine Anderson.
Correct. Wow. Oh boy, Seth. Here we go. In Modern Family, where do Mitchell and Cameron adopt their daughter from? Is it Vietnam, Cambodia, or China?
Oh my God. It's man, I watched the show. I'm gonna go with Vietnam.
Correct.
Yeah!
Seth with the win.
I'm gay.
I'm gay. I'm gay.
Give it to Daddy. Bring the Punisher in.
Let me tell the reality that we have 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We got to do a commercial, but we'll come right back to him, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Music at Lummy.
All right, I'm guessing the disco balls in
I'm
black.
just gonna pull it out.
This one, Joe? Is that what you need?
I got this.
Oh,
Be careful, it can fall out there.
Okay.
Sweet. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
What are you going to do your winnings on?
A blaster.
Lummy, they got to get me I got to get a song.
Do they sell them on
Macho's
Amazon?
gonna be, the Macho's gonna
I
pull it
mean,
up.
free,
Yeah.
like
Good
good
knowledge.
deals. Here you go, Lummy.
What?
Your gift card.
Well, Amazon will normally pull from like where the cheapest places
I got
are.
it. I got it.
How you guys like your participation trophy, Lummy? Let me do the post game interview. So you finished third, Lummy. Are you starting to get worried about your performance in these games?
Well, last week was a really tight battle, and I think it's still up for.
Okay, I've got a question also. Do you feel like did you lose on
sure
purpose?
it is.
Did you lose on purpose to prove you're the straightest man in the room?
I lost because I had the shot to win, and I'm always gonna let Bubba win.
So how many of those questions did you know and you throw?
All of them.
So you are pretty gay.
Yes.
Okay.
I did notice that you answered San Francisco for everything. Would you like to expound on that?
That's the gayest city there is.
That's an opinion.
Key West is pretty gay, sir. Have you?
But Alan.
All right, guys, we got 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Okay, real quick here, Lummy. You have not won since the very first week of this. Some people are saying that you maybe should get kicked out of this and have 7-Eleven take your place. Quite possibly for executive producer role. Are you willing to play a trivia game against 7-Eleven the next time Twink Martindale is here for the right for your job?
I'll get 7-Eleven to make sure he's here. He's not here, so.
I saw him earlier.
They left.
Oh.
Do you feel like the breaking and entering into your Airbnb last night was a cause for your rough performance today?
Yes.
Do you think it was a hate crime because you're a gay man?
Yes. I'm a gay white fat man. And I was picked on.
Thank you, Scout and Big Gold. Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the gayest of them all?
We should do these hot mic interviews all the time. It should become a thing.
Yeah, well, winning gets me all charged up. That's what I feel like.
You feel like lightning struck the tip of your penis?
My titties.
Oh. You look good in that blouse, by the way.
Thank you. Dude, if everybody could see your tight white jeans today, man, they'd be going crazy.
Give them a little bit of this.
Let me
Can
see.
they handle that?
That's getting. They're liking
Can they
that.
handle the ripping and the tearing?
Oh my goodness.
It's good times. It's jokes, everybody. It's jokes.
Thanks, guys.
It's
Thank
jokes,
you.
Go say it.
I couldn't have done this without Muhammad Atta. Man, the Modern Family one had me because I knew it was Vietnam or Cambodia. I knew it wasn't China.
Good job, Seth, because I was gonna have to come up with a quick tiebreaker.
Well, I thought that you might be like Cambodia, France. But you made them all fairly Asian.
Well, that wasn't me. I stole that.
Oh, you stole that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's right.
Well, Scout and Big Old gave me questions, and then I found where they sourced them from, and just decided to.
Did you find the pop culture ones to be a little bit more?
I think you guys did very well in the pop culture. That was all the ones Lemmy got.
Did you know that lesbian was from the island of Gakanopolis?
Lesbos.
Yes.
Yes, I did know that. I think everybody knows that.
And everybody knows that Netherlands is where the gays were invented. Everybody knows that.
Ancient Greece.
Lummy said San Francisco again for that one.
Minute 28.
Option.
What do you think happened in San Francisco that made it so gay?
I saw that movie Milk.
Milk?
Harvey Milk.
And I've been there once.
I thought it was going to be about the dairy industry. You guys see a documentary about the dairy industry called Milk?
I thought the movie was kind of boring.
I haven't seen it.
Maybe I wasn't in the right mindset.
Thank you, Scout and Big Gold.
Thank you.
You're on vacation until the 23rd. Have a great vacation, ladies.
I'm gonna send you guys $25 to spend on your vacation.
Where are you girls at? What are you doing for your vacation?
Probably staying stateside.
Yeah, she hasn't answered. I got to remember, though, that there's usually some sort of lag between the audio and the studio.
They're going to Pacific Northwest.
Thank you, John Costica. You're the man.
They're going to go see that dude from Eugene.
For those of you who don't know, which I'm assuming is most of you,
from practicing in the garage.
So if I decide to bust out a solo, do me a favor and give me the freedom to rock it.
To headlining stadiums.
and we will rock you.
With a few stops along the way, here's the most important one.
Hey, say it.
This is the Unsigned Band Review on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I first want to thank the guys from The Reality for holding on. We had to play our Who Knows Gay Pride game best. We ran behind, but the guys from The Reality were, I don't know if they were able to hear it or they just saw it. But
they were feeding me the answers, Bubba.
Oh, they were?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
And the Gay Pride game always runs behind.
Yeah, so we're running a little bit behind. Now, Dan, which one's Dan?
That's me.
That's you. Okay, Dan. And then what's your friend's name there?
Caleb.
Who?
Caleb Bone.
Caleb Bone.
Caleb.
It's
your guys' audio is horrible. Like the connection that we have.
Oh well, I think the microphone is like something.
There you go.
Is that better?
Oh, that's 15 times better.
Caleb
Yeah.
Bone is in the band.
So
We'll just leave it alone.
Caleb's in the band?
Yes.
All right.
He looked better with longer hair. You should
Yeah, I
go-
used to have that going on.
Well, what,
Y'all remember us, huh?
did Caleb have long hair and he shaved it off?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah, a couple of summers ago, we both did actually, but I've grown mine back.
Now, how long have you guys been together? The band's called The Reality. You guys have, obviously a website, therealitymusic.com, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, all the places where people can find your music. I think you guys are from, whether you moved or you're from Tampa?
Yeah, we're all from Tampa area. Tampa. Our drummer's from like Bradenton area, but the rest of us are all from Tampa.
Right. And like, how long have you all been together?
I think we released our first album in like 2016.
Right.
So like about 9 years. When we first started playing, we were like focused on touring and hitting the road as often as possible. And in 2020 we were planning on like starting. We had just gotten a tour manager and we were gonna like start, getting out on the road a little more often. And then obviously, the pandemic happened,
right.
And that kind of got tabled. And then we kind of took a little break for the past couple of years and just got started back last year and are working on new recordings. We have a new member now, Juan. He's fantastic. He's a keyboard player, also plays saxophone. So that throws a new element into the band to have the sax in there too.
Now, is that replacing somebody that used to do that, or is it a whole new sound, and you didn't have that before?
Well, we had a keyboardist, Josh Kim, who was with us, and a couple years ago we switched to Juan, and then we started playing live again last year. About this time last year was our comeback show. And then since then, we've been working on some new recordings and also like updating some old recordings that we did when we were younger and couldn't really afford good quality studio time, and just kind of trying to get back into it and do it right this time.
Now, do you guys all have to have additional jobs? Because I mean, it takes a while, and to sell some digital stuff and also sell out shows in order to be able to make a living at this. Are you guys still, kind of having to do other jobs and stuff?
Well, I do a lot of solo gigs, like out on the beaches, like St. Pete and Clearwater. There's so much tourism out there that there's pretty much always work for people like us. If you can like sing and play a bunch of covers, like, Weezer and Sublime always works out there. Bob Marley, Jimmy
Buff. If you can play Wasting Away again in Margaritaville,
you're only a couple hours away from a couple $100 if you can learn those songs.
Right, and I think all you really need is like a keyboard, because you can have your beats there. And then you can maybe have like an acoustic kind of deal with a microphone, and maybe you can load up all your stuff in the back of your truck easily.
Easy. And I do like a lot of live looping when I'm doing solo stuff. And our goal, like, to later in the year, is to like one weekend every month we're gonna like hit the road and do like a mini like 4-day tour, and then we'll come back home, obviously, and the rest of the month is our own to. Like, Juan teaches lessons, Brian teaches lessons and has other gigs, Caleb plays solo gigs as well. Like, we all just kind of have other things that we do to make money in the in the downtime.
What's prime tourism season here in the area? Like, probably March through August. Well, does the summer
definitely like spring break is definitely good, but also like winter months. Like snowbird season, like November through January is also like pretty poppin', especially around the beach area.
So let's say like a place like Caddies or something like that. What can you pull down 300-400 for Caddies on a weekend?
Yeah. I actually used to play that gig every Sunday, the one in Indian Rocks. I used to play that one every Sunday, and I would make $250 from the bar, and then usually around 100 in tips. So
and how many hot drunk tourist bitches we're trying to get we're trying to get up on that action?
I've been in a relationship for the past couple of years, so I haven't even noticed.
Okay,
that,
all right. No disrespect.
Don't let him lie to you.
No disrespect to your girl, my friend.
Has anybody let Josh Kim know he's no longer in the band? Because he's on the website.
We haven't updated any of that stuff in a while. That's on me. And I actually meant to I had a late gig last night, and I updated the tour info and everything, and I couldn't figure out how to log back into the actual code. I'm not very good with stuff like that.
Where was your gig last night?
At Apollo Pizza out in Apollo Beach, just a solo gig.
Right, but I mean, still probably $200-300, right?
Yeah.
You knock off 2 or 3 of those a week, you're good, right? I mean,
and then on the weekends especially, because like I play a hotel gig out in Bel Air Beach, and I do it a lot on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday during the day. And then I can like play a gig at night with like a band with one of these guys, or just pick up another solo gig, and I can have like a really good Saturday or Sunday, and then that gives me time throughout the week to like work on creative endeavors.
Are you open
which is why I got into music in the first place. Not so much I love all these songs I cover, but that's to me secondary compared to creating.
What did you say, Brian?
I was going to ask if he was open to driving down to Okeechobee to do a gig.
Oh yeah. We're
shut up. He's being a dick. Oh. So the band's called Reality. Is it a 5-piece band?
4-piece.
4-piece.
So
you, Caleb,
Juan, and Brian.
And Brian.
Yep.
And now how often are you guys playing, as the Reality? How often are you guys, again, you said in 2000 you were geared up to try to get on the road a little bit. The pandemic hit. That obviously, destroyed a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So are you guys gearing back up to maybe try to, regionally do some gigs?
We've kind of been doing about one a month. And that's not really what we want to do. I'm trying to like work out a new system to where we're like I said, we're leaving for 1 week every month. And that way we can like go and hit like 4 or 5 different markets. And then, the next month hit like 4 or 5 different markets, and then come back, so like every other month we're coming back to these towns to where we can like slowly build up our fan base, raise our ticket sales.
People don't realize it's a grind, man. I mean, it's a real slow burn, no matter how good you are. But it's all about being on the road. Sometimes breaking even, sometimes losing a little bit of money by the time you put gas in the hauler and you guys eat and you guys get a shower. It's a tough. The local and the regional band scene, so to speak, that's a tough gig. It really is.
Yeah. I remember when we first started touring too, like we would have like mainly mainly really bad shows. But then like every like week there would be like one, and it would always be one that you don't really expect. Like maybe you walk in and the bar's crusty, or like you just are looking around at the area. You've never even been to this state before. Like I remember the first time we played in Westchester, Pennsylvania, we started our first set and there was nobody there. And then, but the people that the 5 or 6 people that were there were loving it. And then we got, on set break and like smoked a joint with the owner of the venue. And then we came back inside and there were like 80 to 100 people in there. And like these people had like called their friends. And then they ended up having us back out the next night because the band had canceled. We had an off night on the road. So we got like paid double, like got to play 2 shows out of the deal. And so like little moments like that make it worth it, and definitely continuing the grind is really the only way you're going to figure out what works and what doesn't.
So we're talking to Dan Jones. He's the lead vocalist for The Reality. It's a local based band. Caleb is in the band, who's beside him. Now, Dan, we brought this back, this local band review back. We had it for years, and we used to have bands in the studio, and they'd play, and if they sucked, we would shoot them with airsoft rifles until they stopped, and that went well for. I mean, the fans loved it, and we loved it, and it was funny. But man, remember, Lummy, some of the guys would want to fight us.
Yeah, they weren't. A couple weren't too happy
because it really hurt badly. And we'd put welding goggles on them so we couldn't hit their eyes, but their faces would be all full of like these little dots, and I mean it got bad. So we're like, okay, we took some time off, and we're bringing it back now. It's so much easier with Zoom, where we can listen to your music, then we can talk to you about it. And so, please know that we're just very honest. We use all of our radio skill and all as long as we've all been doing content and hearing, we're not the superficial radio personalities that have to listen to a hit to think or know something's good. We can hear if you guys got some, just some good musical ability, and the vocals are you're mixed correctly, or the hook gets us or something. But we take notes, and we're very critical. So I want to make sure that, if indeed we're critical of your stuff, that you don't get mad at us and realize that we will continue to promote and play your stuff. But, not everybody gets so far, I think everybody has been approved.
Correct. Yeah.
But
100% so far.
So, if it's not as good as you think it is, and we, give you some constructive criticism, please don't be mad at us. And
that's cool.
And realize that, we got between all of us, Seth has a very extensive background on alt rock. He's also a fan of, all types of music. Brian is an 80s karaoke machine in himself. Lummy appreciates music, and I've played music for 40 plus years. So
Lummy appreciates music.
Yeah,
that was how you played him up.
I appreciate it.
Yes, I did, and I think I hit it. I hit it pretty well.
Yeah, right out of the park.
The autistics love it.
Yeah, Lummy has a little bit of an autistic on the spectrum view of music.
Yeah, him and Elon jam out.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So we're gonna play the it's called Too Damn Bad.
Too Damn Bad. Yep.
Too Damn Bad. And you guys got kind of a funk fusion disco reggae rock. It's just kind of it's a whole sound in itself. And we're in the way we like to do things is rather than to start and stop and stuff like that, we like to listen to the entire thing, write our notes down, and then talk about it with you afterwards. So you good with that?
Sounds good.
All right, Caleb and Dan from The Reality. Again, you can go to Spotify. YouTube is The Reality Music. Facebook is The Reality. Instagram is The Reality Music. And the website is therealitymusic.com. This is Too Damn Bad.
good, that's why I tell my lawyers. I tried to be cool, but I'm still living in Florida. I tried to be nice, but there is too much hatred. My heart is on ice, along with all things sacred. I tried to be sweet, but then I got a damn cavity. I tried to believe she was not that bad for me. I wanna stay home and think of what I had. I really tried to be good. She is too damn bad. That's too damn bad. Chill, but it's so hot that I'm sweating. I tried to be sober, but I'm so blessed that I'm stressing it. I tried to wait patient, but I'm losing my time. I tried to keep my wits, but I am losing my mind. I tried to let it low, but then she said she's not sad. She knows I tried to be good. The world is too damn bad. It's too damn bad.
right, so the reality with Dan and Caleb on Zoom standing by. I have several notes. First and foremost, I like it. First and foremost, I like it. I like kind of the ska, disco, fusion, funk. I like it.
Chat went 67% yes, no 33%.
All right, so chat gives it a thumbs up. Yes. I did not know we had a poll.
Yes.
But so just and Seth, I need you to help. I need Brian and anybody else that knows anything about music. I took three little notes, three little Post-it notes. One, I think fundamentally, if you're looking to be a jam band, you guys are nailing it. I mean, like if you guys are looking to be, a long form jam band, you guys are killing it. But I think that you guys potentially would like some commercial success, and to be able to sell music and what have you. So I think, like, first of all, you should have kicked in I think your vocals are about 2 or 3 bars too late. And I think that the song is about a minute in itself too long.
Yeah. Honestly, when we first got started, we weren't really jam band, although we were going to festivals and stuff like that. We were inspired a lot by festival bands and stuff like that, but we kind of got adopted by the jam community. Like we started like playing festivals and started playing later at night, and like our music was like very dancey, and like we learned how to just like keep people moving in a crowd, so our songs became longer and stuff. And we have. I
think you guys got to have two different mindsets. When we're recording for something that we might want to sell or market commercially, and or what we play on stage as a jam band.
Yeah.
Seth, what you gonna say?
Yeah, no, I was gonna just say the same thing.
Yeah, and listen, all hit records are high 3s, low 4s, 415 being the max. I like the guitar, the keyboard solo. I think it would be a great song to listen to high. I think you need to. I think you're a very good vocalist, and I think you guys need to rely more on your vocals and less on the filler music. And realize just because you have an instrument doesn't mean that every instrument gets a solo. Meaning, because you guys went keyboard solo, then you went a solo on. I think it might have been the lead. And so I think you guys went.
Yeah,
I think
there were 2 on that one.
Yeah, I think you went 2 different. See, I pay attention. And I think you guys went 2 instruments deep on the solo, where I would have probably just stuck with the keyboards and came in a little bit sooner and made it a 405 song instead of a 507 song. But if you're out there jamming in Pensacola, Florida, and everybody's feeling the groove, people could care less how long you go. In fact, sometimes you'll just go from one song, not even stop, and just go into the next. So I can see where you guys would be a really good band to go watch. And I think you guys know the formula. Maybe it might take to have something a little more commercially successful, and that would be to shorten it up.
Yeah, it's funny too, because this is literally what you guys are saying, like with the 2 different approaches to displaying, our music, with the recording aspect and then obviously the live aspect, and approaching them differently. It's something that we've talked about for a long time. And what I find difficult, like I do a lot of the writing, and what I find difficult is knowing, because not every song is gonna be that 4-minute one that is like the hit, that is like catchy. In fact, like I don't think we were expecting this one to be as popular among our fan base as it was, and I think this song was very catchy. And if we could go back and record it, and this is an old recording with Josh, and we are doing a lot of new stuff now with Juan. And one thing that has been like a focus for me is figuring out which song to shorten and like produce and like make it like punchy and catchy, and there's no fat on it. You know what I mean?
Well,
which songs? Some songs are literally just about the groove and the fun.
And there's a place for that. But when you want
it's track 12 on your album.
Yeah.
So Seth, what's your notes?
Well, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I've told every band so far that they're great because I don't want to ever crush anybody's hopes and dreams. But I'll actually be honest on this one. I was a huge fan of it. I don't really consider it jam band stuff at all. I do think that the intro's got to be shorter, and I think the songs overall, I would just look at. I worked in alternative radio, for
years.
Yeah, for a long time. And the magic number for like a song length, 15 years ago was about 3:30, and now it's down to 3. And now there's rap songs that are 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Like it keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So I would just suggest anybody, any record person, any promoter, anybody that is of importance in the industry, I would just give them the shorter versions of some of your best songs. But I loved it. I thought it sounded like a band Sir Sly, another band Magic City Hippies. So I just really, really liked what you guys did.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Brian, over to you.
I was ready.
By the way, Seth, great notes, by the way. Seth, Brian, over to you.
I was fully prepared to say Reality Bites, but they were good, man. I was getting, the one thing thought that I had was, I would actually think that song might be a little more fun if you sped it up with the lyrics the way they are. I'm almost getting like a Billy Preston, Willie Go Round in a Circle vibe from it, especially with the lyrics being what they are and kind of, not a ton of different lyrics throughout it. But I thought if you sped that song up a little bit, that might be a way to still highlight the music side of it, but also
gain a little time.
Gain a little time, because that could be a fun song if it was a little bit it was a great song, but I thought it would be a fun song if it was a little bit faster, a little more energy to it.
Let me over to you. Let me over to you.
It's funny, we actually have a. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we actually have a live version of that song where when it gets to the guitar solo, we kick it in double time and do it like a straight disco. That's mainly for the live show, though. But that is interesting to actually speed up the entire song.
Let me over to you.
I was just saying that the intro is a little long. They should have kicked it in, like you said a little earlier.
2 or 3 bars long.
Yeah, and then just like Brian has speeded up a little bit and make it kind of down to that 4-minute song, especially for a recording.
But Dan, I got to tell you got great vocals.
Thanks.
Caleb, I don't know what instrument you play.
Bass and he's harmonies.
Okay.
The other vocalist.
He sings a lot as well.
So you guys, listen, man. You guys got a great sound. You really do. And so listen, get us some more stuff that we can play, because I'd be interested in promoting you guys and playing some more of your stuff. And hopefully you're taking what we said to heart, and you can make yourself better. I think all of us had some constructive, really positive notes for y'all. And I appreciate you guys coming on the show and get us your new. I like some of that sped up stuff, or maybe some new stuff that you guys might be working on.
Yeah, that one is a little slow for most of our stuff. We are mainly upbeat, high energy, but that one was just kind of like that down, dirty funk song.
And it was some good ass funk. It really was. So Dan, listen,
I just added those guys on Spotify already.
You just did?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Hey, they're local, Bubba. Maybe we can have them play Barp.
Yeah.
Go Bucks.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me keep in touch with these dudes. Keep in touch with these dudes, and I'd love to maybe have them at one of our events or something like that.
Perfect.
We would love it.
Dan, Caleb, great job. Thanks for being cool on listening to our notes. And keep us posted on your new stuff, and let's stay in touch, my friend.
Will do.
Thank you. Bye, Caleb. Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, man. Thanks. I really did think those guys were pretty good.
Yeah,
Caleb's like Teller in Penn and Teller. He just sits in the back and doesn't say anything.
I mean, they make that song like Seth said, they make that song a 350 song, a 345 song by, coming in 2 or 3 bars earlier on the vocals, and maybe the guitar solo stays and the keyboard, solo doesn't stay.
Dude, I was super worried because I was such a long intro. I thought that it was an instrumental.
Right.
I was like, oh my God, how are we going to review an instrumental?
Right. I was writing down when's it going to start.
It was long, but that's something that you can easily work on.
It was crazy. I was on their YouTube.
And that stuff that you can teach, Seth, sucking, just having horrible vocals, horrible mix, horrible vibe. You can't fix that. The little bit of notes and criticism that we gave them, hell, they can fix that tonight when they're practicing.
Yeah, you just always want to leave them, wanting more.
That was The Reality. You can follow them on Instagram at The Reality Music, Facebook The Reality, YouTube at The Reality Music, and Spotify. Just search for The Reality.
I went on their YouTube, Bubba, and they actually were on stage during the airsoft thing.
What do you mean?
They didn't get airsofted.
So they were familiar with it?
Yeah. They looks like they performed in studio.
Wait a minute.
I sent you.
You had this band on before, and you guys didn't remember that?
In 2018.
I can't get blamed for everything around here, Brian. You can't blame me for this.
No. I'm just saying that's a long time ago.
Listen, they resubmitted. I mean, obviously they were out of it.
But where did they not mention that? Especially when Bubba mentioned it.
Top had sex with Napoleon Dynamite.
I've heard a lot. They changed it.
That's them.
We got Dan, Caleb, Brian, and Josh. They formed they know. These guys have been through the drill.
But maybe they changed it up since the 2018.
But turn around. Dan said, yeah. Hold on here. So, and Dan, it looks like I shot Dan, because I give him a pre-shot to let him know how it feels. Be facing us,
and like your face and your those son of a bitches, they knew exactly penis, like it all could be getting shot. Okay,
how did they not mention that?
Ready?
Maybe they were nervous.
Oh my God!
Did you shoot them up a lot?
And no, I fully. You know those guns we had were full auto. Listen to this lack of gun control. Listen to this. Face and your penis, like it all could be getting shot, okay? I don't think that you can have even a gun in the private sector that shoots this fast without a special kind of doc stamp from the ATF. Hold on here.
Thought about wearing a cup.
Ready? Hold on. Oh, yeah. I mean.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
Oh. Hey, Dan.
Didn't put it over.
Dan, be honest. It stings, doesn't it?
Yeah, it didn't feel that good.
He said exactly. Dan said. So, Lummy, I want to hear. I want to hear how they sound.
Yeah.
Looks like Seth on the keyboards.
It does. Kushner on the keyboards.
Never knew happy till I saw her face. I never knew sad until she left this place. I never knew honor till I was disgraced. I never knew flavor till she gave me a taste. I said she.
You never knew. I'm saying, like, we must not have. I don't think we shot him.
No, you didn't. Because you're past.
She's too high, so I'ma get down.
Goes on and on, but you guys decided to kind of shorten it a little bit because Caveman said Bubba has ADHD. Lummy, I got to tell you, I think, Seth, back me up if either you agree or don't. I think they would be because Barp is kind of a jam situation. Yeah. Like it's not necessarily a rock or it's kind of just a jam, ska vibe, funk vibe. They would be a great band for Barp.
No doubt.
No Doubt too? They're coming back?
Yeah, No Doubt. No Doubt is opening up for
the reality.
The reality.
Man, how the mighty have fallen.
They have. The Blizzard.
Oh, yeah.
The much anticipated Blizzard. Second most and sometimes first most downloaded podcast in our whole podcasting world.
We are in talks with Barstool and Spotify as well as SiriusXM.
That's great.
Yep.
I heard you're going to be the opening for the Call Her Daddy deal.
They actually said we may be the replacement for Howard. They're going to leverage us against him.
We will. Let me tell Dan they dirty did us because they knew exactly about the airsoft gimmick.
He said it. Yeah. He said
we were so ahead of our time. Do you know how funny that would be nowadays? I don't know if you could do it in today's woke world. You know what I'm saying?
I think you could, Bubba. I think you'd be okay.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.